I see from looking around the room that we have many, well, the same people from yesterday. There are no new faces, so I won't go over the introduction in detail again today. Needless to say, there are no fire drills, the toilets haven't moved, and when you're moving around in the room, please wear your masks unless you're exempt, and try to remain the 1 metre apart as the chairs were set out. Yesterday we paused proceedings following the cross-examination from the advocate, and we're going to move on this morning in the first instance to questions from Mr. Kelly. So unless there are any questions from the room, I suggest we move straight on, and we'll hand over to yourself, Mr. Kelly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for leaving matters overnight. I was able to review Mr. Finlay's cross-examination, and as a result, there are only 4 matters that I wish to raise, and they can all be raised with reference to Ms. Oxley's inquiry report. I've already informally advised Ms. Oxley of that. Good morning, Ms. Oxley.
Morning.
The first matter I'd like to raise is a simple factual matter. In 3.2 to 3.4 of your inquiry report, you summarise site identification and selection. Can I ask if you were directly involved in selecting this site from a longer list of potential sites?
No, I was only involved once a site, or the broad area of the site, was identified.
Thank you. If we now go on to a matter which you'll find in 5.58 of your inquiry report. You may recall from Dr. Gordon's evidence, his inquiry statement, his recognition it was taken as a statement, and also from the Mountaineering Scotland objection to the application. Dr. Gordon makes quite clear his values, his views on Scotland's landscape and its international importance. So he's clear on that. In your approach to the assessment of landscape effects, are you objective, or do you also, like Dr. Gordon, import your views and feelings for the landscape?
I try to be objective, clearly.
It's just that in 5.58, at the top of page 53, you talk about moor burn and you say it disfigures the landscape annually. So I find it hard, looking at that objectively, to consider that some moor burn disfigures the landscape annually, but a wind farm of 26 turbines there for 35 years doesn't disfigure the landscape. Is that your view?
No, clearly the wind farm would also have an impact, and that's recognised within the environmental statement.
But does it disfigure the landscape?
It would change the character of the landscape.
You see, it's just that I read that word disfigure as being a bit emotional rather than objective. Do you see that?
I'm happy to cross that word out and change it to changes.
Thank you. If we now go on to a matter you raised in 6.5 of your inquiry report, and it's at the top of page 59, and it relates to a matter that Mr. Finlay did raise with you yesterday. You say the question you asked yourself is essentially, would the development result in the area that the wind farm affects being removed from the designated area? Would you agree that that is a relevant test to also apply to the mapped wildland areas? Would the wind farm result in the wildland area being smaller if it was remapped? Is that an appropriate test?
It would be, but we're not near any wildland areas here.
Thank you. And there is only one final factual matter, having reviewed everything, and that is right at the end of your inquiry report, 7.107. You're talking there under the heading of proposed landscape and visual improvements due to peat restoration. It's just a factual point I want to clarify from my reading of the draft habitat management plan. Is it your understanding that the peat restoration is only within the application site, only within the red line site?
There's a separate habitat enhancement area, which I understand is to the north of the site as well.
Within the area now owned by Aviva?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure who owns it.
Thank you. That's all, and thank you again for leaving matters overnight. I was able to keep it short as a result. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. And now we're gonna go back for a section of re-examination with yourself, sir. We don't have any questions now.
Good morning. I only have 4 points. Do you remember early in the examination by Mr. Finlay, we went back to the start of this development and to the early layouts. The best way to deal with this is to take up, please, your own appendices to your evidence. And go to Appendix F, please. It's E, my apologies, Appendix E. And in Appendix E, for each viewpoint, you've got the emergence of the scheme shown. I want you to go to viewpoint 16. Did I get 16 out? No. And the reason I go to 16 is that part of the context for Mr. Finlay's questions to you was the Highland boundary fault. And here we see layout 1 from viewpoint 16, and there are the turbines. Whether or not where they are in relation to the Highland boundary fault, I don't know, and that's not the point. You can see them from there. And then layout 2, the position changes. I'm not putting it in qualitative terms. It changes again in 3 and 4. Now, in terms of your involvement, would you get out, please, CD3, which is Chapter 3 of the EIAR.
Could I request a copy from the box, please?
Yeah, I can't hand you mine. It's got scribbles on it, so. And you'll need paragraph starting at, let's just double check. We'll start at 339. There's the project design evolution heading. And there's a discussion about turbine design and scale. And starting at 346, a discussion about infrastructure. And at 347, it says layout 1. And am I right in saying that layout 1 described in that paragraph is layout 1 shown in your Appendix E as layout 1?
Yes, that's correct.
Fine. And then it goes 2, 3, 4. And so the text follows your Appendix E in that respect. So looking at layout 1, that was an initial 37 turbine layout. That was the scoping layout, which took account of the constraints which are described. Were you involved at the time of layout 1?
Yes, at scoping stage, yes.
Was there landscape and visual input into layout 1?
Typically not very much, because it's the kind of starting point.
Yeah. At layout 2, I think we read in 350 that largely designed to reflect overarching landscape-led design objectives. So that's where your input started, is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
So the reporters can look at these images alongside that text, and they can see the point at which you started to attempt to exert some influence on the project.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you. You were taken by Mr. Finlay to CD 921. That is the LUC authored landscape design review, designation review rather, for Aberdeenshire 2016. Do you remember that?
Yes.
No need to get it out. I think you confirmed that you were not involved in that study.
I wasn't involved, no.
How would you relate the purpose of that exercise, because I assume you've read the document, you know what it's about.
Yes,
You
I've read
have.
it.
How would you relate the purpose of the 921 exercise to the purpose of LVIA?
It's quite different. It's a strategic study looking at a local authority area, looking to identify local landscape designations at that local authority level, and the type of field work and investigation is necessarily more broad brush. With an LVIA, the focus is obviously on the site of the proposed development and the sensitivities to the proposed development and the impacts of it. So they're very different studies.
Thank you. And is it a term of your engagement by LUC that you agree with everything that LUC says, or even if you weren't involved, or do you tend to take different views within the company on issues like CD 921?
Well, we're a large company, so I wouldn't necessarily say I agree with everything everyone says.
Quite. The third point takes us to the issue of the access tracks. And you remember there was an examination about materials and colour. And really, for the reporter's notes and to assist and know more, if we go to Appendix 4.1 within CD 1.4, that is the borrow pit assessment. Do you remember we went there yesterday?
Yes.
Let's go there again. And this is here is the borrow pit assessment, and Table 1 shows the locations. I'd like you to go to Table 2, because does that give the reporters, insofar as they understand it, because I certainly don't, some information about the geological group represented within the various borrow pits, the type of stone that may come out?
Yes, it does.
And if you look at borrow pit 4, the reporters will be able to see for themselves the colour that comes out of borrow pit 4, because it's there.
Yeah, borrow pit 4 is within an area of greyer rock.
Yes, well, I'm not going to go further because that would be to lead evidence, but let's leave that there. And if the reporters are able to interpret colour from what they see there, I can't, but there we are. That's the information. So we'll be revisiting, obviously, the question of the working of the borrow pits in the conditions session, but I'm not going to try and do it now. Would you take up, please, CD 532, 932, I'm sorry, which is the Summits and Plateaus LCT key characteristics and description. You remember you were taken there yesterday. Perhaps you were taken there in the context of Sarah Fletcher's Appendix 2, but I'm going to go to this document.
I've got that, yes.
And I think you were taken here because you remember there was put to you the phrase on internal page 2, under the heading of settlement. The A974 Canamount Road emphasises a drop in elevation on the eastern side of the plateau and has panoramic views over the Mearns and the coast. You referred in your answer to Culloch, the hill which is just to the north of Mid Hill, but the point stopped there. Do you agree with what is said in that sentence? The A974 Canamount emphasises a drop in elevation. What do you see when you stand at the Canamount, looking west and then looking east? Do you observe what the author of this observed?
If you look towards Caerloch, you see a higher hill. If you look further east, you see a gradual drop down towards Stonehaven. So I suppose it depends how far you cast your eye. But as a general point, and as you move, I suppose, into the adjacent Tayside, Summits and Plateau, and look west, which is dealt with under Landscape Character Type 376, then the land does rise much higher further west, but that's within a different character type. It's the Summits and Plateaus, Tayside area.
Thank you, Ms. Oxley. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you very much, Ms. Oxley. We're going to have a quick 10 to 15 minutes break. We'll call it 15 just so that we can rearrange the tables to prepare for the next witness. So if everybody can be back here for 1:30, that'd be ideal. Thank you.
So just before people break, I haven't yet given a list of documents that Mr. Steele might refer to in his examination in chief. It's fairly short, but it may assist before the break if I do that now. It's CD 1.27, 1 and 2, so that's the additional information, both the figures and the text. Ms. Oxley's Appendix D1, which I think is CD 14.1 point something, and CD 1.5, which is the first chapter of the visual and landscape effects, as well as obviously Mr. Steele's report and recognition. I think that's it all.
Thank you very much. Okay, 15 minutes, please. Mr. Finlay.
Thank you, sir. Can I introduce Mark Steele from Mark Steele Consultants Limited. You're a fully qualified landscape architect and a chartered member of the Landscape Institute with over 30 years' experience of landscape planning and design in this country and abroad. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You have produced a report and a precognition. You've produced an errata page for your report, which I hope you've received. So it should have come in on Friday. As with all documents, there are errata in the errata document. So it may be just helpful if I lead and you tell me if I've got it correct. The penultimate bullet point, the paragraph reference should be to paragraph 5.2.4, I believe.
That's correct.
Then in the last bullet point, the figure reference, and I think I stumbled on this yesterday, in the first line should be 6.11 G.
So this doesn't seem to be working, or is it working? Right, okay.
Sorry, Mr. Finney, taking advantage of the pause, which paragraph are you looking at here?
The last bullet point in the errata sheet, so we're looking at paragraph 5.5.3.
Just that I've converted them all into the text, so I need the paragraph reference.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the figure, it should be 6.11G rather than 6.1G, where you find that in the text. And the last figure should be 6.15E rather than 16.15E. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. You can put, hopefully, the deals with the errata to the errata on one side. That was my first point, I believe, out of 6. If we now move to your precognition, which we'll take as read, in 3.1.1, you pick up the point from Ms Oxley's inquiry report about the interaction between the proposed development and Clacton-Ben. And you say that with reference to AI figure 6.13, which is CD 1.27.2, that you consider in the same field of view. And given that seems to be a significant issue between the parties, can I ask you to perhaps explain that with reference to the figure in the AI to which you've referred?
I'm just opening the figure. If we go to figure, see the best one. For Ken amount, and we go firstly to figure 6.13b. Photograph that we can see Clacton-Ben quite clearly on the horizon left side of that view. If we then pan to the left and go down to figure 6, that's a continuation of that view, and the wind is within that. And the point is here that to argue that the wind farm wouldn't be a distraction from the view is incorrect, because when one stands at that point, one's taking the 360-degree view, yes indeed, but when one's looking at Clacton-Ben, farm will be your 90 field of view. The extent but your main focus is 90 degrees for this particular instance, and both would be sitting within that. And the reality is that the visual prominence of turbines, particularly when they're moving, would be such that they would draw the eye and be a distraction from the view from Clacton-Ben.
Can I just pause you for 1 second? There's an issue with the microphone, and we're just going to get a quick replacement sent over for you.
Shall I just leave it on all the time? Yeah, just leave it on screen. Can everybody hear? Can everybody hear me now? Yeah.
Impact on the Braes of Man's SLA, and you will recall yesterday there was some discussion with Miss Oxley about tracks, and particularly the track that as it ascends beyond the forestry or intended planting up to the top of the ridgeline, which marks the Highland boundary fault. And I think she referred to the sketch towards the end of the additional information text, which is CD 1.27.1. And if we could, by reference to that document and otherwise, would you deal with your response to her evidence yesterday on the likely impact of that access track, that part of the access track?
Yes, if we refer to the figure 3.2, which was referred to in, by Ms. Oxley, it's on page 22. It's a thumbnail sketch, essentially, and it's showing a principle rather than being an accurate dimension drawing. And the principle is to cut back the upper slope, so you don't have a steep upper slope that might be visually prominent, in order to allow a smoother transition from the excavated track through to existing surface vegetation. And likewise, one might form a rounded berm on the outside of that excavation to form some softening of that, what otherwise could be a hard edge. Now, whilst this can be achieved with a degree of success on shallower slopes, the steeper the slopes become, the harder it becomes to achieve that. And the reason being is that the steeper the slope itself, the further back one would have to cut into the face of the slope to create that transition. And in order, on the outside edge, the further one would have to fill in order to create that softening of that edge. So really what tends to happen is you get to a point where the slope is that steep that the effects of trying to mitigate it by having a smooth, contoured relationship with the existing landform becomes unachievable. And we had an accompanied site visit to the site where we drove up the existing access track, which broadly follows the alignment of the proposed access track, apart from the upper sections where the proposed track departs from that, and that's the bit we're interested in. But it's informative to say that we're in 2 4-wheel drives, and the existing track runs up the slope, and the slope was so steep that the 4-wheel drive couldn't make it and had to turn back and have several attempts at it. So the reality is that that slope at that point is very steep, and it is inevitable that if one were to try and pursue this process, that the area affected by the development during construction will be larger. And the point is, if one's cutting into that slope on those steeper slopes, one would expect soil cover to be relatively thin, so the one's going to be cutting. And you're going to revegetate bedrock is far more challenging is to revegetate soils or moraine materials that you might find elsewhere. So you've got 2 challenges. One, you've got a very steep slope that's very difficult to get that blending in of the cut and fill slopes into the existing landform, and 2, you're going to have a particularly difficult challenge in terms of restoration. And in my experience, the restoration can be problematic when you've got stock, either be it sheep or deer in that area, because they can disturb those cut slopes.
Just an additional point, and when I was asking Miss Oxley about it yesterday, she said she made the point that the track will obviously be not as steep as the journey you were describing, the 4x4s, but the track will be going across the slope, so at a less acute angle. Is it what is more important in terms of the extent of cut and fill that needs to be done? Is it the gradient of the track, or is it the angle of slope of the hill in which it's cutting into?
Well, they're both important for 2 reasons. The reason that the proposed access track can't follow the existing one is because it's steep, and because you've got engineering geometry that requires a shallow gradient along the alignment of the track itself, and that necessitates it cutting across the face of the Highland Boundary Fault line escarpment. But in doing so, it's travelling across a face that is steep. So one's causing the other, in a sense.
you. If we then move on to 7.1.7 in your recognition, we're still on the subject of tracks, but if you like, on the other side of the hill, and you were at the stage you'd written this recognition, you confirmed you'd driven the route, but can I ask you to update the reporters on that and to respond to such evidence as Ms Oxley gave yesterday in this regard?
Yes, there were some issues raised by the precognition with regard to existing borough pits on the site and the degree to which the existing tracks had weathered and therefore tempered in their colour. So I felt it appropriate just to go out and just check the veracity of that on site. In doing so, I parked up at the established car park, back along the B road, partly in order to take in viewpoint 7 at a slower speed as a cyclist, and there is similar views to viewpoint 7 along that straight section at that point. And then I turned off into Glendye, past what's called the Spittal Cottage car park. There's a place there where people informally park, and that seems to be quite regularly used. I then cycled up Glendye itself. And before I forget, I met a number of people who were out walking on that particular day. It was midweek. It was a nice day, but it was midweek nevertheless, and there were 2 walking parties walking along that section of Glendye between Spittal Cottage and the Charbothy. I then turned off at Charbothy and headed south along the Charwater because I felt from looking at the aerial photography that that might be a track that might be subject to weathering. Certainly looking back towards Charbothy from that track and the track that runs up towards Clapner Ben, that was very visually prominent, and it seemed to have been relatively recently resurfaced. And that's a point we have to think about here, is that if these hill tracks are being maintained and resurfaced, then a similar argument would apply to the proposed development as well. They wouldn't let their access tracks fall into disrepair. So there is going to be a level of maintenance which will renew the surface, if you like. Anyway, carrying on, it's worth noting that that stretch between Spittal Cottage and Charbothy, there are a number of small borough pits to the side of the track and relatively frequent occurrence along there, because you don't want to carry material to create the track, and as a consequence, they're relatively small, and you tend to notice them when you arrive at them because they're cut into the slope, so therefore you just see a leading edge when you arrive at it. But they are there, but they're part of the construction of those tracks. As one runs through the Water of Char, that track hasn't really been subject to maintenance, and so therefore the borough pits along that particular valley have had a chance to revegetate to a degree. Not totally, but some of them have. As one travels along that track, the surface of the track has indeed weathered, and as described, that there was vegetation growing in the centre of the track. But that's largely due to the lack of use, because essentially that track is a dead end. There is a sort of quad bike route that takes you up to link to the track at viewpoint 1, but that's really just a vegetated route at that point. And then as one gets into and crosses the red line boundary into the site itself, the track starts to diminish, and when it goes across a wee ford, it starts to disappear and become ultimately, there's no trace of it once you're entering the site itself. But it is a good point to get entry to the actual site itself. But that, apart from the tracks on the very running up to Sturdley Hill at viewpoint is the only track. And I think that's something that contrasts with...
Ma'am, Mr Steele's fading in and out a bit in hearing.
Sorry. Is that better, Mr Trinick? Thank you. So to recap, the point is that this track, which is the most weathered, the one that does have the vegetation and indeed eventually disappears into nothing, is the only one that's actually within the body of the site itself, if you like. It's worth saying I returned via Charbothy and then took the upper track, which takes you round past Netty Hill back to the Clackenben car park. So I covered all of those tracks whilst I was there. And it's worth adding as well that previously I had cycled up. To the east of the B Road, there's a forest track, and I had cycled up through that forested area through there as well, because I wanted to establish how far landscape effects might extend, and indeed the condition and value of the landscape in that area.
I think we'll deal with landscape in that area when we deal with your last point, which is viewpoint 6. But before we get to that, could you? I want to ask you about borrow pits and visibility, and we discussed that to some extent yesterday. But I think if you take out this Oxley's figure D1, so that's Appendix D1, that's a useful but large plan.
I have that.
And I think we'd established to a certain extent yesterday, if I needed to disregard, that borrow pit 3 in particular is going to be a fairly large borrow pit, and we have the dimensions of that in Appendix 4.1, which I'm not going to take you to. But in terms of the visibility of that, and particularly from Mellencart and other hills, and the extent to which that might be cut out by rough bank, and perhaps we can have a view, Mr. Steele.
Yes, if you look at, hopefully you've found where Mellencart is. It just lies to the east of the Charwater Valley. So just immediately to the bottom right of viewpoint 2. And the reason that I mention Mellencart is that when I was cycling along the water of Char at that point, I met a couple who were walking there, and I just said as a matter of interest where they walked, and they basically parked at Spittle Cottage and walked up over Mellencart and then back down to join the track and to create a circular route via Charbothy. I'm not saying everyone does that, but clearly some people do. And I think that's also illustrative of a wider point. People don't necessarily confine themselves to the existing tracks in those locations. There are other locations where less formal tracks exist, and perhaps an example would be coming south east off the top of Clackenben. There's a well-worn track running down there which runs down towards Netty Hill. So there are other routes in and around the site that need to be considered and really are reflective of the level of recreation that occurs in this area. Anyway, returning to Mellencart, if one takes the blue dashed line that happens to run through Mellencart and follows it down in a southwesterly direction, that broadly takes you in a straight line toward the position, or the bottom position, of the proposed quarry, which sits on the face of Cock Hill. If you can see that above viewpoint 1, as you can see the reference to Cock Hill. And the quarry would be orientated towards Mellencart in that position, and there will be a clear view from Mellencart along the water of Char toward that quarry.
Yes, and there was a point made by Miss Oxley yesterday as to the indicative nature of the diagrams in Appendix 4.1 and the assessment of the borrow pits. But I think you've noted in your own evidence that the extent of information about borrow pits wasn't commented upon in the Aberdeenshire Council report. Has any further information been provided, or is there any further information before the inquiry upon which to assess the impact of the proposed borrow pits?
No, the limited nature of the information available in the quarries was raised by the Council in their committee report, and no further information has been provided to my knowledge, and therefore they were working to the best available information that they had, which is those sections and the information in that appendix, and indeed that's the information that's before the inquiry.
And finally on this point, from my perspective, yesterday Ms Oxley was saying, well, that the if you like, the back face, the tall face of the borrow pit or quarry, as you put it, is indicative. But if you're having a face that is over 30 metres high, to what extent can that be mitigated by restoration works?
Well, let's just work in generic terms here. If it's 30 metres high and you want to decrease it from the benched rock face that you have there and to create a slope that could be revegetated, if you had a 1-in-1 slope, that would give you a 30-metre setback from the top of the existing quarry line. But that's really too steep to establish vegetation and soil successfully, so you probably want to go to 1-in-2, say, which would then double that, which would take you to a further 60 metres. So there's quite a significant implication. But in doing that, that also generates a substantial amount of material as well. So there's a significant additional amount of work in order to achieve that, effectively creating an increase in the area and extent of excavation in order to achieve that suggested remediation.
And then, unless there's anything else you want to add on borrow pits, I think we'll move on to the last point.
Last point.
Which is looking at, we can deal by reference to viewpoint 6. And there are two issues arising that I want you to deal with in respect to viewpoint 6. Firstly, about to respond to Miss Oxley's point about the transient nature of the viewer or the cyclist who's out of breath by that point. And also, that is the area leading up to viewpoint 6 where there's dispute between you and Miss Oxley as to the extent of significant landscape impacts. So if you could deal with those two in turn, please.
Starting with landscape impacts, when one's standing at viewpoint 6, one is at the foot of Glendye as far as one can see. So one is looking up Glendye, you are in Glendye looking at that point. So therefore you're part of the same landscape. The impression that one gets from viewpoint 6 is, as you can see, 8 turbines, and they're freestanding, and they sit at the head of Glendye as far as can be seen from that viewpoint. So the impression is that it sits at the head and within Glendye. So therefore it forms part of that same landscape. And the point about the 8 turbines is pertinent because if one looks at figure D1, one can see that it's just yellow there, but so that would imply there's a lesser effect, but you're still looking at 8 pretty well full turbines at that point. So therefore the effects would be significant in landscape terms. If one goes to the east of the viewpoint 6 and indeed viewpoint 7, I've cycled up through that forested area there, and it's relatively enclosed apart from where there are areas of clearance, but generally speaking the effects would diminish from that side. So really that seems to be an appropriate boundary, and it also happens to sit approximately on the 5-kilometre radius dashed line. In terms of visual effects, as one goes past viewpoint 3, Cairn Mount, one can see from the zone of visibility that there's immediate visibility to your left of the, from the road as one travels north, and to a lesser extent as one travels further north, where it goes from yellow then down to green, and the road starts to orientate itself away from the development. But as one is travelling past Cairn Mount, now it's understood that, yes, the driver's attention is going to be on the road, so they're not going to be affected necessarily, but that rather assumes that there are no passengers in there that haven't travelled up onto the Cairn Mount for the view and for the view across the landscape area to the west, and it seems entirely reasonable that they would be taking in that view. When one gets down to viewpoint 6, there are, and one's travelling south, one comes out from an area that's with forestry on both sides of the road, but the forestry on the western side is relatively narrow, as one can see, and it's on a steep slope that runs down to the water of Dye at that point. And as one emerges from that forest, the view opens up, and the view is very much focused, even though it is tangential to the alignment of the road, it's very much focused and up Glendye, and indeed up towards the head of Glendye, where the turbines would be visible. Also, it was suggested that the laybys that exist at that point are no more than passing places, but I would question why you'd have two laybys in such close proximity to each other. They're one is just a few yards beyond the other, and that rather suggests that if people have already stopped in one, others might want to stop in the other, and that equally applies to people coming down from viewpoint 3 as well. So I think there's clearly is a location where people stop and park up for whatever reason, and if they're recreational users, they're going to be taking the view, and the principal view from that point is up into the site itself and across the special landscape area. In terms of viewpoint 7, it's just worth noting there that, again, as I said, that the land falls very steeply from there, and if the trees that are currently there are felled, then they would appear to be, all intents and purposes, commercial forestry, that would open up the view from that point, and as one's travelling south, one will be orientated towards the proposed development, so it would be very much in your line of view. And even if it was replanted, because it's a steep slope running away from the road, it would take some time for the trees to get to road level, let alone have a screening effect. So certainly within the projected lifespan of the development, those trees would come out. And even if they were replanted, there would be a considerable period of time before they had any kind of screening effect.
Thank you very much. I think those were all my points. Unless you've got anything to add, I shall tender you to Mr. Trinnick's cross-examination.
Okay, thank you.
Before we head on to the cross-examination there, I just wanted to check with Mr. Kelly if you have any points of clarity that you'd like to seek.
Thank you, sir. No points of clarity.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move to yourself, Mr. Trinnick.
Good morning, Mr. Steele.
Good morning, Mr. Trinnick.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, yes, thank
Okay.
you.
I've notified the documents we're going to refer to. I'll be referring to your inquiry report, not to your precognition, so if you hear a paragraph number, it's in the inquiry report.
Sorry, did you say you're not referring to my precognition, or you are?
I'm not.
Right, okay, I'll take that.
I just wanted to start with a couple of points of clarification. And this is not a criticism at all, that you don't define your own methodology for your assessment, so I've assumed that you've adopted that broadly within the EIAR. Would that be correct?
Yeah, make observations on it. There may be subtle differences in terms of, for instance, combined cumulative effects, for instance, or divisions of level of effect, if you like, but they're refinements rather than anything else.
Well, for the reporter's note, we don't have any great difficulty in relating your terminology to ours. You use some intermediate terms. We used to use integer terms. Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
But we can read across, so I'm just making that point.
Yeah.
There is one point, though, on cumulative assessment where I need some help to clarify the approach. If you go to your inquiry report at, I say electronic page 49, actual page 48. I'm going to use actual pages from now on. People know where they are. And it's so page 48 at 622. Here you quote from the report to one of the area committees. From each Aberdeenshire viewpoint, it goes on, while none of these viewpoints identify any significant cumulative visual effect from neighbouring schemes existing with energy development, including the ones named, are visible from them all. Going over the page, that text continues a few lines. There's no mention there of Fetteresso, is there? It seems to just be referring to existing development. That's right, isn't it?
I'll just read that just for a second.
Sorry?
I'm just reading through it.
Sure.
Just to be sure. Yes, I was just clarifying at that point that whilst the council don't refer to cumulative effects in that they note the existing wind farms within the baseline, but I'm flagging up that I'll be dealing with cumulative effects for including Fetteresso, which is an extension to Mid Hill. They're essentially all the same wind farm.
Well,
Mid Hill 1 and Mid Hill 2 were actually constructed at the same time, so they're a single wind farm.
Yeah. I'm really trying to ascertain your approach here. Because it's your words, you start regarding cumulative effects, and then you quote from the report, which doesn't actually deal with cumulative effects. It's dealing with...
that's kind of the point I'm making, that they don't...
Okay,
yeah.
Bear with me while I ask my question, please.
Yeah.
The other example takes us to 614 on electronic page 42.
So what's the number again?
Page 42, or page 41 actually, internal page, 614, where it starts at page 41, viewpoint 3. You agree with the EIAR concerning significant SOLAS visual effects. You disagree, top of page 42, with the assessment of potential for future cumulative effects. And you mention Mid Hill and Fetteresso. What I want to get clear is this, that when you look at your stage 1 assessment, if you like, are you looking at the wind farm on the baseline of existing wind farms, and then you turn to look separately at the cumulative scenario importing Fetteresso into the baseline?
Yes, that's essentially the process.
It's just that I didn't find it that clear, I have to be saying.
I apologise for that, but that's the process.
But that is the process you are following?
Yes, and it's slightly confused in this situation simply because Fetteresso is a further extension to Mid Hill, so it's still the same wind farm, so sometimes it may not be as clear as it might be.
It'd be fair to say that no one's making a big deal of Fetteresso here, that it's viewed very much as the Mid Hill group.
Yes, well, however, it's a single wind farm to all intents and purposes, because even Fetteresso the developer there claimed that it was being designed as essentially part of the same development.
All right. My last general point just relates to what you say in paragraph 4.3 on page 23 of your report. This is where you summarise in relation to the Strategic Landscape Sensitivity Study 2016 for wind energy development. That's CD87. There's no need to go to CD87, but that's the reference. We both read the study. We can go there if we have to, but would you agree with me that the study, whatever it calls itself, is no more than a landscape sensitivity study?
It is landscape sensitivity study.
It's not a capacity study.
No.
If we go to 434 on page 24, we see the conclusion of the SLCA recorded. The host LCA, which is the Mount LCA, which is revisited in that document, they took a look at it, is unsuitable for wind turbine development beyond domestic scale. I think that threshold is 15 metres, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Is that a conclusion with which you associate yourself?
I wasn't party to that study, and it's of its time, but the study also concluded that it post-dated the consent construction of Mid Hill, and it even concluded that there was no capacity for that. So, in a sense, events have moved on. We do have Mid Hill. We have Mid Hill 1 and 2.
Sorry, I'm having difficulty hearing you again.
Sorry,
It's okay.
is that better?
It is. Can you keep the mic a bit closer than you have?
Sorry, I thought we were down the road of keeping it.
Yeah, well, I'm deaf as a post, so you'll have to...
I'll talk loudly so you can hear without the mic. There you go.
Okay.
Mr. Trenning. I'm sorry, can you remind me where we were?
Yes, of course. I was looking at I'd asked you if you associated yourself with the conclusion in 434, recorded in 434, the conclusion of the SLCA. You'd remarked that it was of its time, things have moved on, but you were going to say something else.
Yes, but I don't challenge it. It's still supports the Council's policy, and
Yes.
that's where it is.
Yeah, all right.
And I've argued that case for Fetteresso, as I have for him.
Well, I'll revisit it with Sarah Fletcher, but I just wanted to take that point from you. And
Yeah.
I hear what you say. Turning on to landscape effects, if you go to pages 26 and 27 of your inquiry report at paragraph 522, and it's under the heading of 5.2, landscape character effects on the site, and you go on to record the key characteristics of LCT 22, those being relevant to the site on page 26 and those less relevant to the site on page 27. And then you say after that, the relevant key characteristics suggest a higher level of susceptibility to Windfarm development than found in the EIAR. Initial question, when you say a higher level of susceptibility, I think the EIAR found medium. I think you say medium-high, is that right?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, okay. What I'm puzzled by is that you assess susceptibility purely by reference to the key characteristics of the LCT. Surely key characteristics are just that. They are no indication of susceptibility to any type of development, let alone a particular development.
I disagree with that. Clearly, the susceptibility of a particular landscape character to wind farm development will be related to the characteristics of that landscape.
Well, if we went, and we've been there enough times, we don't need to go back to it, to CD 932, the NLCA for the LCT, there's nothing there which is written in terms of any proposed type of development or development. It's simply a very objective landscape character assessment look at the key characteristics of the landscape. It's not intended to be used to indicate susceptibility to a particular type of development or a particular development. That's so, isn't it?
No, but there's some self-evident characteristics. For instance, wild character experience in the less modified central and western parts of the landscape. So that immediately flags up that as an issue. And as I said, some of the, where we go through them in detail, but those feed into that assessment. You have to have an understanding of the landscape characteristics before you can determine the susceptibility of that landscape to a particular development.
I think we do have a disagreement here, so let's just explore it a bit further. If you go to the GLBIA, which is CD 9.8, and here electronic page numbers become relevant because they're very different from the internal pages.
Well, I've got the hard copy.
Well, I've got my hard copy. So for you and I, it's page 88. For those looking electronically, it's page 53. And starting at paragraph 540. Now, obviously, you'll be very familiar with this, and just rehearsing it very briefly. This section is headed susceptibility to change, the ability of the landscape receptor, be it the overall character or quality, etc., to accommodate the proposed development without undue consequences. Next paragraph, may take place in situations where there are existing landscape sensitivity capacity studies. They may deal with general type of development, in which case they may provide useful preliminary background information, but they cannot provide a substitute for the individual assessment of the susceptibility of the receptors in relation to change arising from the specific development proposal. Then a further paragraph, if you look at 5 lines down, since landscape effects in LBIA are particular to the landscape in question and the specific nature of the proposed development, the assessment of susceptibility must be tailored to the project. It should not be regarded as part of the landscape baseline, but should be considered as part of the assessment of effects. And then it says judgment should be made on a verbal scale, and so basis must be clear, linked back to evidence in the baseline study. Now, would you say that any of the advice given in the GLBIA is inappropriate?
No, but I would take you right back to the first sentence, which reads, for those who don't have a copy in front of them, this means the ability of the landscape receptor, whether it be the overall character or quality condition of a particular landscape type or area, on an individual element and or feature or particular aesthetic, perceptual absent. So that's discussing the issues that are described in the SNH National Landscape Character Assessment.
Well, I'm not sure you're right, because that's at a huge scale of the LCT. It's a massive area. Can I suggest that Sam Oxley got it right if we go to her inquiry report at page 41. And here she's talking about susceptibility, and she has a table, 5.1 on page 41, where she looks at aspects influencing susceptibility to this particular development under the headings of scale, landform, pattern, settlement, sky, and so forth. You've read it, I won't rehearse it too much, but she has aspects indicating reduced susceptibility, aspects indicating greater susceptibility, and then she comments for the Glendye site. I suggest that that's the way to do it, not simply take key characteristics from a huge area.
Just a second. So if we look at that, the list on the right-hand side, characteristic attributes, the characteristics could be drawn, if you like. In my paragraph 5.2.2,
Yep.
I list the key characteristics of LC22. And there are some noticeable absentees from the characteristics in table 5.1. If we go to the bottom of page 26 of my inquiry report, it said wild character experienced in the less modified central and western part of the landscape. I don't see that as being brought out in any great extent in the assessment. One could argue perceptual aspects at the bottom, human influence is visible throughout, but that's arguing against the fact that there's a wild character experienced within this area.
Mm-hmm.
And regionally prominent hills, I say skylines, and it makes great play of the fact that it's in a bowl, but doesn't talk about the effects upon the characteristic regionally prominent hills, some of which surrounds the development site itself. So there are omissions in that assessment as well. And I draw upon the most recent landscape character assessment for this area and draw upon those characteristics in there, which aren't fully addressed in table 5.1 of
Yes.
the inquiry report.
Well, I think we'll have to leave as a point of difference, but to take one example that you refer to wild character, well, that's dealt with under perceptual aspects. I mean, it may be that you could possibly find some references to the key characteristics within Table 5.1, some omissions, and vice versa. But it's not the way that the GRVIA recommends that you determine susceptibility of a landscape to a particular type of development. Can I suggest I don't think that saying that simply and not systematically, it's simply saying in one sentence the relevant key characteristics suggest a higher level is a systematic approach which is clear to readers in comparison with the clarity of the table in Sam Oxley's inquiry report.
I disagree with that because the first column in the table is characteristic stroke attribute, and that isn't comprehensive. And you're arguing that the wild character experienced in that area is dealt with under perceptual aspects, which places the emphasis on human influences visible throughout the surrounding landscape. I don't see that appearing as a key characteristic in the most recent landscape character assessment for this area.
Okay, we see the difference between this is clear. I won't push it further. You've got a note. Go to 524, please, on page 27 of your inquiry report. And you say in the opinion of, well, your opinion, the assessment of landscape value should address the key characteristics of the host LCT and the value of Llacnaben as a landscape feature. And then you have a table on the next page where you compare the host LCT and Llacnaben in terms of landscape quality, scenic quality, etc. There are a series of indicators that you use. What slightly puzzles me is that you're comparing a very large LCT, an area, with a single feature, and I'm not sure what that tells us about the landscape value of the area of the site, which is where the development is taking place. You're comparing a feature which is not where the development is taking place with the host LCT. It seems to be an odd comparison to make. I'm not sure how it really informs us.
Well, the intent here is to try and illustrate that, yes, there's a range of value and sensitivity across the LCT. I think we all agree on that. The B road defines makes a convenient boundary between the area to the east and to the west. And the area to the west exhibits some of the higher value and higher sensitivity attributes that aren't necessarily expressed to the same degree in the eastern part. And I don't think anyone would really disagree with that. And one of those characteristics is the prominent hills, of which Clacnaban is the most prominent in this particular location, and has been acknowledged that it has regional prominence and goes beyond the LCT and elsewhere. And indeed is acknowledged by its name in the Special Landscape Area, Forest of Earth and Clacnaban Special Landscape Area. And what I was trying to do is to draw attention to the fact that some parts of the LCT will have high levels of landscape value and sensitivity. And indeed, that's reflected in the EIAR assessment that says that across the LCT as a whole, they come to the conclusion that value and sensitivity is medium, but that for the Highland Boundary Fault line, it's high. So there's what I was trying to point out. It's not just the Highland Boundary Fault line. There are other aspects of this area that will be highly sensitive as well, and the most obvious of that being Clacnaban.
I understand your answer, but I'm not sure it's an answer to my question. Let's take it in two bits. There's a bit I meant to ask to start with, and that is when you refer to value and sensitivity, I found that an odd combination. Do you mean value and susceptibility? Or do you mean value and... Because sensitivity is a product of value and susceptibility. Do you mean to write it as you have? At the top of page 28.
Just a second. Yeah, the table really that shouldn't say sensitivity at the top. That should just say value.
Value. I wondered.
Because the table there is drawn from GLVA box 5, which relates to.
It does indeed. Yeah.
Valued landscape.
That's on page 84 of the GLVAA, so if you want the reference. But so it is just looking at value, not sensitivity.
Yes,
fine. Okay. Coming to the main point, my puzzle remains. I understand what you've said, but if you were seeking to dispute what the EAI said about the value of the area of the site where the development is proposed, as compared with the value of the wider LCA or LCT, whichever, then why make a comparison instead between a point feature, which is not where the development is taking place? It strikes me as an odd exercise and not very informative of the value of the site.
And because it's... Because again, it's the most prominent feature within the LCT, and the proposed development sites in relatively close proximity to it within the scale of the overall LCT. And it seemed appropriate to consider the effects upon Clacnaban as a feature within the landscape, particularly as it's highlighted as a characteristic in the most recent Nature Scott Landscape Character Assessment.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I think you were slightly dancing around my point. If the purpose of the exercise is to look at the value of the area of the site and compare that value with the value of the LCT as a whole, as the EIAR does, I'm not sure you get there by looking at a point feature 4.7 kilometres away from the site. That's my point.
I think
You've looked at the value of Clacnaban. It's not the value of the site.
well, perhaps it would have been more appropriately located in the next section, which is landscape character effects on LCT 22.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Well, perhaps that section would have been better located in the next section, the following section, which relates to in 5.3, which is landscape character effects on LCT 22.
Well, okay. It may have been, it may not have been, but you've got my point, and reporters, you've got my point as well. So we can move on. Go to 536, please, on page 32 of the inquiry report. It's only a small point, this. If you just read through 536 onto page 33, and then onto the second paragraph, still in italics on page 33, do you remember that Sam Oxley in chief said actually that reference to LCT should have been LCA?
Yes, indeed.
That makes sense to you?
Yes, an easy mistake to make.
Yeah, I think we agree that. That's fine. Staying with 536 on page 34, sorry, 33 still. You say in the paragraph immediately after that we just looked at, however, figure 610A indicates, I'll leave people to read, I won't rehearse it, that's what it says, that's the paragraph I'm referring to. And jumper paragraph, I'll come back to that one, and then you say, as a consequence, the proposed development would introduce, and so on. Let's look at that figure, if we may, if I can find it.
Can you give me the CD reference, please?
CD13, and I think electronically it's listed separately as figures, and it's the chapter 6 figures. And when you get to it, it's the one you refer to, which is 610A. Are you there, sir? So I'm just looking at the report to see if there's any. We are. Okay, thank you. Are you there, Mr. Steele?
I'm there, thank you.
Excellent. So let's just see what this figure does, first of all. It's a combined ZTV for operational developments in Glendye, so not including Fatoroso, but including Mid-Hill 1 and 2. And blue tells us other wind farms, non-specific, but just other wind farms are visible. Green tells us that's the new visual influence or potential influence of Glendye. And yellow is, well, Glendye plus between 1 and 5. I'm not sure there's any other relevant colour, actually, for the purposes of this exercise. So new visibility is green. If you're looking now at 610C, so keep open if you can. You're on screen, are you?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you have to go back to 610A again in a moment. 610C, that's a paired ZTV for Mid-Hill Extension and Glendye. So blue and yellow on that are the areas where Glendye and the Mid-Hill group may possibly be seen. And
sorry, what was the second one that you mentioned?
Glendye and the Mid-Hill group.
Sorry, the second figure.
610C. And you can see there that actually the Mid-Hill group, never mind Glendye, it doesn't project much visual influence south of the Highland Boundary Fault either, does it? That ridge stops visibility from both Glendye and Mid-Hill until you get further to the east. That's so, isn't it?
No, because if you look to where the... Sorry, we're looking at figure 10C, 610C.
Yeah.
You can see there that the blue colour, which is only Mid-Hill Windfarm visible, you can see that blue colour.
Yes, I rather meant to narrow it to the point further to the west, i.e. where the Highland Boundary Fault performs its ridge and containment function. As it goes east, it slightly loses part of that
as
function.
We know, the Highland Boundary Fault does extend north, but I think you mean Howard Mounds there, which is more immediately adjacent to the...
That's what I mean, really. Call it Howard Mounds. Yeah.
Okay, so there's, in this drawing, there's an area there that,
Yeah.
that lacks visibility of both
Yes.
the proposed development and Mid-Hill.
So when you then go to 610D, which is the Tullow group with Glendye, you can see that blue area south of the HBF, which is not affected by Mid-Hill, and it's not affected by Glendye, but it's affected by the Tullow group.
It is, yes.
And part of that area, to a certain point south, we haven't got the LCT boundaries here, but at a certain point that becomes a different LCT. You go outside summits and plateaus.
Yes, you do, yes.
About halfway down the access road, I think, don't you?
Yeah.
About that, right. So comparing 610A with 610D, and noting what you say in your inquiry report, most of the host LCTA has visibility of existing turbines. The reporters have to be careful, don't they, to note which wind farms are actually exerting that influence in which part.
Oh, indeed, yes.
And as far as I know, there is no evidence before the inquiry asserting any undesirable cumulative effects as between Tullow and Glendye.
No.
So we're concerned with the interaction, as far as we are concerned with interaction, as opposed to solus effects. We're looking at the interaction between the Mid-Hill group and Glendye.
Yes, Mid-Hill group and Glendye, that's the key relationship that we have, both in the baseline and cumulative with Thatcheressa.
If we go back to 610A, we can also see, obviously, we know where it is, the Calamount Road, the B974, and northeast of Glendye, can we see that, whether it's significant or not, I don't know, and I'm not concerned about significance, but there is a degree of characterization of the landscape by the Mid-Hill turbines west of the B974. We can see that, can't we?
Yes, that's the part you're looking at as the slightly browner colour, which...
Brown?
Sorry, are you talking north of the proposed development?
I'm talking about, yes, northeast. You've got an area, you've got green, obviously, but you've also got, looking at Mid-Hill, you've got the effect in blue, or the theoretical visibility in blue.
Yes, that's...
West of the B974.
Yes, yes, it's true to say that the Mid-Hill wind farm does have a characterising effect that extends, in my view, through to Clacton-y-Ben.
Yeah. It's simply to make the point and suggest the reporter might make a note that this is not pristine one side of the road and characterised the other. It's not quite as clear as that.
Nope.
There is a characterising effect of existing turbines which extends as far as Clacton-y-Ben.
Yes, but it's in an area that's that has different characteristics. But yes, it has. If you want to separate
Can
it
you
off,
come
it's
forward
more.
to
It's more.
the microphone
Sorry,
again? Sorry.
Is that better if I just point it directly at me?
Sorry?
All right. I'm just going to talk really loudly.
I'm sorry,
Mr. Trinick,
it's my fault because my hearing is so rubbish.
Not at all. Everyone.
Sorry? Just always assume I can't hear a
Sorry,
thing.
but how about the back of the room? Is everyone happy? Right, okay.
When it's just me.
Sorry, yes, there are clearly effects from Mid-Hill, and we can assume Fetteresso, it's very similar theoretical visibility, would have effects upon the to the west of the B road.
Yeah, and of course that is the area west of the B road which is most highly frequented by walkers. I know you said that people wander all over the place, and I agree with you, they do. But
Yeah.
in terms of a very regularly used route from a car park to Clacton-on-Ben, that is the area, whereas you gain in height, you'll be able to see Mid-Hill most of the way.
Yeah, it's interesting, this, because the path up to Clacton-on-Ben and the dedicated car park there clearly identifies Clacton-on-Ben as a destination within that area. But what has surprised me in my visits to the site is the amount of departure from that particular route. Certainly, when I went up, I've been up Clacton-on-Ben for the Fetteresso Windfarm as well on a couple of occasions, so I've been up there 3 times now. And people tend to try and include it into a circular route. Some people go straight up, people go straight back down. And also the people that are down parking at the Spittal Cottage, they're less, I suspect, unless they're going to do a circular route, they're more focused on walking up Glendye, walking down the Water of Char Valley and elsewhere, and some of the other hills in this area. And that particular plan really flags up for me that the green area that's shown on there is the area where only Glendye Windfarm will be visible. And therefore it's important to acknowledge that, that the wind farm is introducing turbines to that area that's coloured green.
Yeah. However, of course they'll wander at will. There will be various routes they take. But if you walk to the summit of Clacton-on-Ben, if you walk back to the car park, then you get views of Mid-Hill. Factually, that must be so. If you're at the summit of Clacton-on-Ben and you happen to be, of course people look south, I'm not saying they don't, but they also look north into Deeside, and that's the area also characterised by Mid-Hill.
Yes, when you're walking towards Clacton-on-Ben, you're looking at Clacton-on-Ben clearly, and Mid-Hill's behind you.
Hopefully, if you're walking the right way.
When
yes.
you're walking back the other way, you do get intermittent views.
All right.
Part of that visibility is screened by there's an area of woodland that you actually walk through there and everything else. So
Indeed.
Mid-Hill isn't necessarily as visible as one might imagine coming back down off Clacton-on-Ben.
Okay. Well, the reporters can, I think, come to conclusions on the basis of that discussion. I don't need to take that further. Just a further point in passing. These ZTVs, obviously, they're theoretical. Equally, though, in these upland areas, they can be quite accurate where you haven't got intervening screening. But am I right that even if you get one blade of one turbine, it's going to turn the map blue? It doesn't mean to say, it doesn't tell you how much you see of anything.
No, indeed. And
Yeah.
it's important, therefore, to refer back to the wirelines visualisations that have been provided.
Correct.
So that one gets
Okay.
a sense of what's actually visible.
Thank you, that was helpful. If you stick with 536 on the same page 33 of your inquiry report, you say in the penultimate paragraph, in addition, in your opinion, 610C, which we've now looked at, let's get it in front of me again, 610C, demonstrates the extent of significant landscape effects associated with Mid-Hill and Fetteresso would overlap with the significant landscape effects of Glendye. I'm not quite sure how you reach that conclusion unless you have assessed the individual impacts of Mid-Hill and Fetteresso in landscape terms. Because unless you know how far those extend one way, it's difficult for you to conclude that they overlap going the other way.
Yes, I suppose it's based on personal experience and having undertaken, provided evidence at the Fetteresso Windfarm inquiry, so that I'm familiar with.
Oh, well, that stays outside the room.
Yeah.
We're not at the Fetteresso inquiry.
No.
For the purposes of this inquiry, there is no information before the reporters from either side of the characterising effects and the significant landscape character effects of Mid Hill and how far they extend, is there?
No, that's right.
So would the reporters need to have a little caution in approaching what you say in that paragraph? Because they haven't got the evidence relating to Mid Hill by itself.
No, but it's drawn from my experience.
Well, okay, but that comes from another site which is not before the inquiry. I've got your answer.
Yeah.
Understand
Okay.
it. If you go to, just finishing off on landscape effects, to 721 of your report on page 51. I want to use what you say here to see if we can agree something in relation to the bowl effect, or the bowl of Glendye. If you get out map D1 as well.
I have it. I must say it's a very useful plan, incidentally.
We aim to please.
Yeah.
So go to D1 and have 721 in front of you.
Just a sec.
And go to the bottom of page 51 of your...
Sorry, have we finished with those other drawings?
Yes, we have. I'm sorry, I should have said. What I'm looking at now is the containment by ridges, and
Yep.
see if we can agree. But
I have it for me.
you say at the bottom of 51, in your opinion, the landform which contains significant landscape character effects to the north-northeast runs between viewpoints 4 and 5 broadly. I mean, we've seen lots of ZTVs, but that's a fairly expected because of the nature of the ridge, but a fairly dramatic cut-off, isn't it? Quite reasonably close to the site.
It is indeed, yes.
And if we go to the southeast of the site, we've got the Highland Boundary Fault, and that performs the same function. It's a fairly dramatic cut-off of visibility. I know it reappears at 16 on the south side of the Howmeans, but so far as the HBF is concerned, you can't see the scarp of the HBF from Glendye and vice versa. That ridge performs a function of shielding it. Do we agree?
Well, that ridge is the Highland Boundary Fault.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the Highland Boundary Fault...
you said you couldn't see it from Glendye, you've just seen the other side of it.
Exactly,
Yeah, I think we have to think here that the Highland Boundary Fault, if we think of it as a broken leg, it's not a clean break, it's a compound fracture. So it's a very... That's essentially what you've got going through there. So it's not a single line. It's very much a broken, which is why you don't get a simple, straightforward escarpment when you get broken range of hills. So when you're looking from Glendye, you're actually looking at the Highland part of the Highland Boundary Fault, which is the north-westerly flank of it. In actual fact, the most dramatic contrast in terms of topography is to the southeast, where you get a clear escarpment, and you get it contrasting with the Howe of Mayns, which is a flat plain.
But I think we'd suggest, and I'll follow this through with Sarah Fletcher in more detail, I think it's more a point for her. It's a Nature Scott point, the Highland Boundary Fault, perhaps more than yours. But when we talk about the Highland Boundary Fault and effects on it, I suggest that of greatest importance is whether or not you see turbines in the same context as the scarp of the Highland Boundary Fault looking north. That's where you appreciate the geological and landscape feature of the fault. When you're standing on top of, a minute. When you're standing on top of Glendye, on top of that landform which contains Glendye, you're unaware of the Highland Boundary Fault. You know there's a drop away and it goes down to the Howe Mayns, but you don't see the indeed very dramatic scarp, which is perhaps the feature that nature's got, one to protect.
Yes, I would agree, and I think the form of words is that the Highland Boundary Fault escarpment is best expressed when viewed from the southeast.
We can agree. Thank you for that. When we go back to D1 and look at what you say, you're now on we're on page 52, and second paragraph, the ridge-line watershed between the Esk and Water of Dye. Well, this is where we're looking in broad terms between viewpoint 4 and viewpoint 1. There is some leakage of visibility from the central part of Glendye, but again, it's quite a containing feature, isn't it, in terms of visibility of the wind farm?
Yes, but not as clear-cut as the northern boundary or the southern boundary.
No, I
because
agree.
Clearly visibility is contiguous across that boundary, extending out to the west and southwest.
And indeed, both parties, Ms. Oxley and yourself and Sarah Fletcher, see significant landscape character effects extending to the west, so that there's no dispute about that. Yeah. Going to the east, as you say, in the third full paragraph on page 52, you say significant landscape effects go as far as viewpoint 6. Sam Oxley disagrees. We'll leave it to the reporter. But the point I want to make is that insofar as there is a greater leakage of visibility of Glendye off to the east-northeast than there is in other directions, that leakage is in the direction of a less sensitive landscape on your evidence.
So you're saying that where visibility exists to the east of the B road, it's affecting a less sensitive landscape. Is that what you're? So you're saying where this plan shows visibility extending to the area to the east of the B road, you're suggesting that affects a less sensitive landscape. Is that what?
Yes,
that's the question.
And indeed a landscape containing a lot of forestry.
Yes, and indeed my cycling up through those forest tracks in that area maybe come to that conclusion. There's two things there. One, there is extensive areas of forestry there, and you don't get a view of the proposed development because of the forestry. Now, I accept that that's going to open up and close up over time, but that would then be in the context of cleared forestry areas, which would have a lower landscape value and sensitivity as a consequence. Now, there are higher areas like Hillock, etc., which I haven't been to, which sit approximately 10 kilometres away from the post-development.
Maybe relevant in visual terms, but not necessarily in landscape terms. So your boundary of significant landscape character effects, as we know, is basically the B974.
Well, it's basically the 5 kilometre because it's runs up to Clachnarben as well, and that's really, I think, a sensible boundary to draw.
Okay, fine. Let's turn to visual impacts. I don't have much on visual impacts because differences aren't that great to explore, frankly. But going to electronic page 41 of your inquiry report, at paragraph 614.
I have it.
No, we've covered that point. Go, please. My apologies for taking you there. We don't need to go there.
Okay.
I want to go to viewpoint 23. So if you get out CD 1.6, I think is the best place for this. Volume 4, Part 2, Figure 626.
Sorry, which viewpoint are we looking at?
23.
Additional information. Yes, that's...
Of course it will. It's not in the thing.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So is it viewpoint 23?
I'll tell you why I'm getting confused here. I did probably mean to go to the CD16 because I'm actually referring to viewpoint 16. Clearly I've lost it completely. So
Not at all.
we can go there. Yeah, right. Thank you very much.
I have it. That's Hill of Garbutt.
Would you bear with me just a minute because I want to
Yeah.
check something with my... It's actually... Yeah, my apologies. I'll blame my witness, but it's my fault. It is viewpoint 23. So I'll go back to where I was.
I'm fine with that.
Always blame the witness. And the topic here...
I need to get back to it, please.
Sorry, yes, of course. And the inquiry report reference is page 46, where you talk about viewpoint 23.
I have it.
Thanks. Well, apologies for the confusion there. So we're looking at figure 635 there. We can see the angle of view. And just to orientate ourselves, if you look at the area of forestry halfway up the access road,
Yeah.
that's where Borough Pit 4 is, more or less, isn't it, in the northern part there?
That's correct, yes.
Yep. And then the part of the access road that we are in evidence most concerned about in terms of impacts is really north of Borough Pit 4 going towards the site. That's the bit we're talking about, isn't it?
Yes, it's the upper section of that because the lower sections will be screened in time by the recent forestry planting in that
Yep.
area.
And the distance, because obviously the distance shown on this viewpoint is the distance to the nearest turbine, which is whatever it is. But the distance to the bottom of the northern part of the access track, i.e. just beyond the forestry, I'm told is about 4.5 kilometres. Would you agree with that?
Well, I can measure it.
Roughly will do.
The 4.5 kilometres, I just wanted to understand, to what, is that to the nearest part of the access track?
If you look at from viewpoint 23 to the northern part of the forestry, where the access track emerges from the forestry, that's the distance I'm after, because that's the nearest point of that part of the access road.
I'll give you that. It's possibly even slightly further than that.
Right, so that just gets a figure. With that in front of us, I want to first turn to look at the appearance of the access track. So if we go to figure 635B, to the left of that figure, you can see where Borough Pit 4 is and where the road emerges.
Yes.
And it goes around the back of the hill and then it re-emerges in the higher section, which is the bit that concerns you.
Yes, and for what it's worth, the ridge line that you can see that goes up to form the skyline there is where the existing track runs straight up the slope at that point.
Say again, sorry.
So see the brown line that you can see on figure 6.35B, where it emerges from the forestry.
Yes.
Just beyond it, there's a ridge line that dips down. That's where the existing track runs up the slope at that point. So
Yes.
that's where it departs from the existing track.
Okay. Let's look at some widths here. You've heard evidence from Sam Oxley that what is represented there is the full construction width. And I think there may have been some confusion about the actual width, so can we just tackle that?
Okay.
If you have in front of you, with apologies for asking you to jump from figures to CD13, Chapter 4.
That's okay.
This is the scheme description.
Chapter 4. I can look at both at the same time, so that's not a problem.
You've got a split screen, have you?
Yeah, I can try that.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, which paragraph did you want?
437 to begin with. Because I think we've heard the figure of 25 metres in evidence before.
I just didn't know if I got the right document here. Oh, right, sorry, yes. Sorry, it started at 5 watercourse crossings.
That's the one.
Yeah, and then
So
it
you
goes to the
see-
track widths, yeah.
Yep, maybe slightly wider in some sections to accommodate bend radius to make provision for passing bays, 25 by 5 where required. But if we go to 445, and now we're looking at the the width of the track.
Sorry, can I just clarify?
Yes, of course.
The 25 by 5 metres, that's actually the size of the passing bay, not
Correct.
the overall width, just for the purposes of the reporters.
I record 25 there because we've heard the figure of 25 metres in evidence.
Yeah, right, okay.
Now, whatever that 25 metres, I think the evidence was also, so we don't confuse mixed metaphors, was also the full construction working area width of the access.
Okay.
If we turn to
So
4...
the extent of disturbance would be within that 25-metre width.
That is correct. That's the evidence.
So that's where the construction effects would occur, and that's where remediation would take place.
Correct.
Right.
Then we go to 445, and we see the position following construction in terms of widths. We've got a nominal track running width of 5 metres, with an additional 1 metre shoulder on each side, so 7 metres in total. So the initial construction width of 25 metres comes down to, including the shoulders, a total of 7 metres. You see that?
Yes.
Although it doesn't say so here, but to be fair to your case, that would increase on the bends. It's bound to.
Yes, and it would also have, on the upslope side, it would have a drain as well. So
That is correct.
So that effect, the actual sort of physical effect, would go beyond the 7 metres and certainly would be wider. Yeah. And on the bends, and the tighter the bend, the wider it would have to be for the geometry of the wind turbine delivery vehicles.
That's certainly so. But if we now look at the AI, this is CD 127. In the text, section 3 addressed the access road in detail. And if we go to internal page 22, we've been there already this morning.
Yes, I have.
You took us there. Of that document, we can see the diagram 3.2.
Indeed.
Now, just to save any confusion arising from an error in the ES for the reporter's benefit, I don't think you're confused, but I got confused, and others may get confused. If you look at paragraph 331 on the previous page, it says schematic illustration of profiling along the southern extents of the access track is provided in 3.2. Actually, that should be 3.1. And then you see the figure 3.1 below it, and that's for the lower sections. The next paragraph says on the northern extent, and in the third line it refers to figure 3.5. Well, there isn't a figure 3.5, it's actually 3.2. So, having got rid of those glitches...
I'm glad I'm the only one that's not prone to this. Can I just point out, whilst you've got figure 3.1 there,
Yes.
on the upper section of the track that we're looking at, it would be wholly inappropriate to have tree planting that's in the way that's shown there.
Yeah,
I don't. That's a generic drawing, and I don't want the
we are
reporters
agreed.
to be.
That is to do with the lower sections of
Yes,
the track,
indeed.
not to do with the upper sections.
Yep.
We agree.
Yep.
The upper sections of the track, this is where figure 3.2 comes in. And I think we just have to record for the reporters, don't we, a disagreement. We say that with care and attention, what is shown, what has been described as the mound, you can see on the lower side,
Yeah.
and can be profiled and can be vegetated. You say you don't think so.
I think it would be extremely challenging to do so on that particular slope, having driven up it. I think and I reiterate the point that the steeper the slope, the greater extent you would require to blend in the grade of the both upper cut slope and the down fill slope to achieve the intent that's implied by this drawing here. And I'd be surprised if you could achieve that within the 25-metre width that's been described. And the consequence of that is you'd end up with a greater disturbed area, which would then be subject to mitigation. And we have to think that whilst the construction effects are going to occur during the period when the wind farm is going to be constructed, in my experience it can take some time for moorland vegetation to reinstate to a degree that, so in a sense it will carry over from being just a construction effect through into being an operational effect until such time as the restoration had established. But even so, and just anecdotally, if you've ever seen a gas pipeline go across an area of moorland, if you go back 5 years later, there is absolutely no doubt what the alignment of that gas pipeline was, because it will be picked out in different species having grown back within the disturbed ground as opposed to the established moorland. Mm-hmm. So with the best will in the world, the mitigation won't be 100% effective. And I still believe that there will be exposed rock faces on the upslope side of that, where they're constructing it. I think that would be inevitable.
Well, of course... Sorry, I interrupt you.
Sorry. And to revegetate rock faces is even harder than where you've got the opportunity to spread soils and turfs. So it would be extremely challenging to achieve a successful mitigation of that track.
Well, we say not and we disagree, but of course we're only following advice given, aren't we? Because I'm sure you recognise for the figure 3.2 diagrams from elsewhere. If you go to CD 936, which is S&H's document constructed tracks in the Scottish uplands, and if you went to internal page 131 of that document,
Sorry, page number again, please.
131. This is improving tracks on steeper slopes. And if we go over the page, 615, improving tracks in higher areas, priority should be to address the impact of bulldozed tracks across the open hillside, so it goes. And what they envisage is precisely, because it's a copy, what we've put into the EIAR. We're only following the advice of S&H and the approach that we have taken. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes. First things first, this is tracks where they're tracks that are not dissimilar from the tracks that are on site.
Sorry, I'm missing you again.
Sorry. First things first, this is a generic drawing.
Yep.
Second point is that they relate to hill tracks which are not dissimilar from those that have been that are on site at present, rather than what is effectively an engineered road profile going up the face of this rather than a hill track. And I think rather than just copying generic drawings, I think it would have been appropriate perhaps to have had some proper cross-sections through that track to establish what the actual cut profile will be, and indeed what the fill profile would be. The cut profile is actually more easily achieved because you're basically cutting into a rock face predictably, but downhill, filling down a slope can be problematic.
Well, of course, it's all to some extent generic at this stage in the sense of, and what precisely will be done will depend on what emerges from an approval of a scheme under a condition. The details will be in that scheme later. My point at this stage is that, as a matter of principle, we disagree with you, and I suggest that you're being a bit harsh in saying that what is envisaged diagrammatically on Figure 3.2 and in CD 936 cannot be achieved successfully. I think we're going to have to, as a point of disagreement, we'll have to leave, but that's where we part company, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's wholly inappropriate.
All
I think that I think it's entirely reasonable to have expected to have more information on the likely effects of this track, rather than saying, well, it will be sorted later as a condition. I think that's
very well. Just to help you with timing, reporters, this is my shorter cross-examination, and we are a long way through it. I think we'll get through this one by, well, certainly 4-1, if that helps.
Would it be okay just to have a quick comfort break just for...
Well, very welcome to me too. Thank you. Good.
Yeah. No problem. Well, is 5 minutes okay? Just so that we can take lunch at 1. Okay.
Someone else wants here. Sorry. Oh, that's my witness. That's all right. Access track. In your evidence in chief, you said you've been up there and looked at the area in terms of the steepness of the track. Could you get out, please, CD13, Chapter 4 figures, Figure 41A? And B.
Sorry, which chapter?
Sorry, there's some noise in the room. Say again.
Sorry, which chapter?
Chapter 4 figures. And it's Figure 41A. Am I on the right figure in terms of where it was that you went as part of your site visit looking at this track?
Yes.
So we can see the track which leads up to Earn Cairn. Yep.
Yep.
And that's the bit we're talking about.
Yes.
And you walked up that dotted line.
We drove up it.
Yeah. Oh, of course you can drive up it. Yep, that's right.
We got up there in the end.
But that, of course, is not going to be the route of the access road, is it? Because that is definitely, that's very steep. You can see the contours. But no construction engineer worth his salt will go up the steepest part. You go across the slope, which is what's been done here.
Actually, the steeper section was at the bottom. See the switchback at the bottom where it joins the alignment of the...
Well, hang on. Let's look at the bit you went to. You walked up that, or drove up that track.
Yep.
But of course, the access road diverts to the east at that point in order to avoid the steepness of the slope, and then comes back, doesn't it? So it's not going to be as steep as that which you experienced going up.
Yes, because if you look, the actual track goes up on the shoulder of the hill. It's not the steep face facing down to Black Goit.
Are we talking about the new track or the one you drove up?
The one we drove up. So can you see on the drawing the number 77 on the...
Yes.
Right. So if you go to the right of that, where the black line of the proposed track is, we then departed, and see where it switches back on itself, and then heads up to Earn Cairn, and then joins the track at the top there.
Can you keep your voice up again, please? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. The steeper part, from my recollection, was that, in fact, where that switchback is, which is a similar gradient to the slope that runs to the east of that point. So, sorry, but I don't accept your point there.
So I want to get this clear, sorry, that you drove, obviously the existing access track matches the route of the proposed access track to a certain point and then swings off left.
Yes, and where it departs is where where it departs off to the left, from my recollection, is where it was steeper.
Yes, I see.
Yeah.
Well, we say, and to the extent they can, without GPS, the reporters may want to look if they possibly can, that our evidence is that, no, we avoid those steep sections of the existing tracks by diverting across the contours and then switching back as you get north, avoiding the steeper sections.
Okay, if to respond to that, it passes, if we go with the new alignment, it goes across the bit of shank of Bell
Yes.
Varnes, right? Okay. And then it hits what is the head of the burn of, is it Matthew?
Yes.
Yes, and it looks like it's probably steeper at that point as well. So we're thinking about the steepness of the slope it's passing across, not the gradient of the track itself. But anyway, I suggest that that's something that could be looked at on site in terms of accompanied site inspection.
I would agree, and I think it's important it is looked at on site.
Yeah.
And then coming on to go on to figure 4.1b, I think I'm right in saying there's nothing, again, as steep going south to the woodland, is there? That's the steep bit the reporters might wish to look at.
Yeah, and well, it's a steep part, and it's the remainder is basically running up the ridge line there, and then it cuts across the face of the escarpment at the top. So that's the key point.
Yep.
But to access it, you would access it via the alignment of the existing track.
Okay, well, that's the disagreement between us for the reporter's note. If they want to visit, that's good. Go back to your inquiry report, please, page 45.
Sorry, can I just clean up my...
You can put that away, by the way, figure 4.1a, you won't need it again.
Sorry, we're back to my inquiry report.
Yep.
Okay.
At page 45, the internal page.
I have it.
And you're looking at Mount Keene, and it's on the boundary of Angus and Aberdeenshire. Have not visited or assessed this viewpoint, as the main visual effects would occur in Angus rather than Aberdeenshire. And you take the same approach to the landscape effects as you do to viewpoints. And my slight puzzle is that if you are presenting to the reporters concluded views on the overall landscape and visual effects of the development, and yet this project being on the boundary of Angus, you haven't looked at any of the effects on Angus, you're delivering a very partial view to the inquiry. It's not a complete view of the landscape and visual effects.
Well, in this instance, we had S&H also giving evidence, and they were focusing on the area that included the area to the west. So, and I said, I think in one of the opening paragraphs, that for that reason its focus is within Aberdeenshire, not necessarily outside Aberdeenshire. But I have visited viewpoints within Angus for the sake of completeness.
Yes, but you haven't reached any views which you expressed in evidence in relation to those viewpoints, have you?
No, I haven't.
No. And I might have understand that we cannot read your evidence without looking at that of S&H alongside it. I mean, you're representing different parties. You're representing the view of the council here.
Yes. Aberdeenshire Council, yes.
Hmm?
I'm representing Aberdeenshire Council, yes.
Quite. What did I say? The
Aberdeen.
council.
I thought you said Aberdeen, sorry.
No. So, representing the view of Aberdeenshire Council, the reporters might note that there's an incomplete picture here, that you're simply looking at the effects within Aberdeenshire. That'd be correct, as a matter of fact.
That's correct, yes.
All right? So be it. Going on to SLAs now. I was going to ask questions about the Brazen Mearns SLA, but I've done that in the context of the access track, so I don't want to go back there.
Okay.
I will, though, look at the Llacnaben and Forester Burse SLA, and we're on to the penultimate point in my examination. Go to 721, please, on page 52 of your inquiry report.
I have it.
We say, in your opinion, up to at least 5 kilometres from the proposed development within Aberdeenshire would be subject to significant landscape character effects, which represents a substantial portion of the southern part of the SLA. Now, that's all in Aberdeenshire, so I needn't repeat my Angus point.
Yes, indeed.
If we go, I think, to illustrate the point of my questions to figure 6.8, so this is CD13, chapter 6 figures, figure 6.8. Which tells, I suggest, a bit of a story here, because what you say there about substantial part of the southern part of the, substantial proportion of the southern part of the SLA subject to significant landscape character effects, well, whether or not they're significant, certainly there is visibility, but of course the cut-off of the viewpoint 45 ridge prevents any views, virtually any views, within the northern part, which is the Forester Burse part of the SLA.
Correct.
Yeah. And I suggest also that what the figure 6.8 tells us is that even within the southern part, the Llacnaben part, if you like, of the SLA, to the east of Glendye, there is patchy visibility.
To the east of Glendye, sorry.
Yes. If you go east of Glendye, within the Llacnaben and Forester Burse SLA, the visibility becomes much more patchy. It's not no visibility, it becomes a lot more patchy in that area.
But there's areas of visibility within that eastern part, and there are areas without visibility.
Yeah. You can put figure 6.8 to one side and go back to your inquiry report at page 53. Now, much of what I might have examined upon has become clear in terms of the information the reporters need already through evidence already given, so I won't repeat where we've been. I want to explore a few points. The second bullet point in 723, strong wildness qualities, and you continue what you say about in that bullet point on page 54, using terminology which is used for wildland areas, the bullet points, lack of human artefacts, little evidence, contemporary land uses, etc. And then you go on to perceptual responses, and then you refer to the only habitation is the isolated char bothy, shooting tracks not visually prominent, etc. That's what you say about it. I want to take you to what Sam Oxley says on page 52 of her inquiry report. Where she deals with perceived relative wildness, and
Sorry, I just need to get there, please?
yes, of course.
So what page are we on?
52 starting. This is Mr. Kelly's point this morning about disfigure. We've changed that to change at the second line of page 53. But apart from that, the evidence stands. So you have Sam Oxley's views on perceived naturalness. I'm not going to rehearse it. You've read what she says. You know what she says. You see what she says about remoteness from mechanised access, large estate tracts, etc., lack of built modern artefacts, the borrow pits, although you referred to those this morning, shooting huts, butts, non-natural land cover, and so it goes on to page 54. There's a fundamental difference of opinion here, it would seem, between you and Sam Oxley in relation to the wildness characteristics of, whether you call it this area or this site, which puzzles me rather. I suggest that actually if you do go up on site and you go to Mount Battock, you go to the eastern Mount Battock, you go down south to Glendye, the signs of man are all around you.
Well, you mentioned Mount Battock there. It's possibly worth going to the viewpoint for that, would it be?
Sorry?
Would it be worth going to the viewpoint for that?
I don't think so. The reason well, you do if you want, obviously, I can't stop you, but I'm really illustrating the differences for the purposes of what I want to be an accompanied site visit for this purpose. And I'm not sure that's going to come across in photographs. I'm talking about your experience of being in that area. And my suggestion is your experience of being in that area is of being in a man-modified landscape, and obviously shooting landscape, with shooting butts. The evidence is all around you of estate management tracks. This is not a natural landscape.
I don't agree with that. I think that there are high levels of naturalness, and most particularly when you go within the site itself. As I've said before, there's only the one track, and that's the track that probably has the least effect of any of those within that area. So, in a sense, what's been argued for here is to remove the part of this area that best expresses those aspects of wildness. Now, there are tracks, etc., and they do influence the way you perceive the landscape in that area. But I doubt that anyone actually walking through it would perceive it as anything other than natural. I think it's, regardless of that. But I think when we go on the accompanied site inspection, I think we should include going along the Water of Char right to the end there. And then, if needs be, we can walk up onto the site. It's also a good location for seeing where the quarry number 3 is as well. And it also, ironically, the biggest single evidence of human intervention at that point is the Met mast that's been constructed for the Windfarm. But I'm sure we should go and see that as part of any accompanied site inspection.
I didn't think you were going to agree with me, but the purpose of the exercise is to illustrate the fundamental difference between us that the reporters will have to resolve. I'm the first to acknowledge that how you experience degrees of wildness is the ultimate and subjective. But I put the point to you, and we'll have to leave it for the reporters to resolve in their own minds.
We'd like to hope it's objective. Right.
Sorry?
We'd like to hope it's objective at the end of the day.
Go to page 55 of your inquiry report, please. At the bullet point, which starts a widely visible landscape, and we're still in the SLA context here, that's the topic. You refer to a number of viewpoints here, but I first take up what's said in italics, a widely visible landscape forming the backdrop to Deeside to the north. Now, so far as Deeside is concerned, if we get up the inquiry map, D1.
I have it.
We can agree that so far as this proposed development is concerned, we've already dealt with this really because it's forested burst. But most of the Dee Valley, in fact the whole of the Dee Valley except around viewpoint 14 Scolty Hill, is in visual shadow so far as Glendye is concerned.
Yes, the majority of it is. And for your information, in my inquiry report, I said that I wasn't able to gain access to Scotley Hill because it was closed. Well, I've actually been up there because it's now opened, so it is now accessible.
Yep.
So.
Indeed. Scolty Hill, of course, is not in the SLA, is it?
No.
No.
It's in a separate one.
The other viewpoint you refer to there is 21. I was a bit puzzled. Have you been to viewpoint 21?
Yes, I have.
It's a distance of 33 kilometres from the site, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you regard viewpoint 21 as being helpful in terms of interpreting the adverse effects of this development on the SLA at that distance? We suggest not. That's why I put the point.
I'm just checking what I've said here.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, well, yes, I suppose the point is that even at viewpoint 21, Clacton-y-Ben is... So even at that distance, you can still make it out. So that was the point being made.
Oh, it's a point about Clacton-y-Ben, not about the impacts of the development.
Yes, well, it says, and with the landmark of Clacton-y-Ben.
All right.
So, yeah.
That'll do. Coming to the last viewpoint I want to go to, probably not so much an SLA context now. It's viewpoint 16, if we could go there.
Okay.
If you go to the AI, CD 127, starting at figure 626. Now, if we start at figure 626A, just orientate ourselves, we've got Glendye, where you can see bracketed there, and below it you can see a small part. Well, I think they're all tips, actually. I can't see any hubs there. Then to the east of that, above West Cairnbeg, you see the profile, which you can see more clearly in the photograph, of Clacton-y-Ben.
Yes.
And then to the right, to the east, you've got Mid Hill and the proposed Fetteresso, and behind that, the no doubt regionally prominent hill of Kellock. So we've orientated ourselves. We know the distance. I can't remember. Are you claiming a significant visual effect of the Glendye turbines from this distance?
No, I'm not claiming significant effect,
No. And if you are at viewpoint 16, I suppose you really can't help noticing and being aware of, and your experience is somewhat dominated by, something over your right shoulder called Tullow.
Yes, which is, you can see in...
It's right, it's on figure 626B, isn't it? Yeah. So when you're there, you're very much aware of the Tullow group.
You are aware of it, but the reality is that your view is very much, I'm assuming you've been there, but the point is it's a promoted viewpoint with a mark, and it's very much, and clearly the view is in the direction of the photomontage.
But I don't think you want to make anything of viewpoint 16 in terms of the effect of the development on the SLA, do you?
Yeah, no.
Right. Mr. Steele, thank you very much.
Thank you.
For the exercise.
Thank you very much. I just have one quick question just for clarity from earlier. And it was when you were talking right back at the beginning about the borrow pits.
Yes.
And the 30-metre face and having to extend back potentially up to 60 metres for the profiling.
Yeah.
I mean, would that'd be if you were just cutting out, though, wouldn't it? You would be able to potentially cut less and then backfill into the previous borrow pit. So it wouldn't necessarily be a full 60 metres to achieve that.
Well, in a sense, yes, that's the worst case. Okay, but what I'm suggesting is that you wouldn't approach it in the way that you wouldn't suggest that you're going to have you wouldn't excavate what is a small quarry and then think, right, we need to remediate this, so let's flatten the back. What you would actually do is excavate the quarry in the profile that's more suited to its remediation. So you would end up with a 1-in-2 profile running right across the site. Now, I think it was 200 metres long anyway, so 60 metres isn't going to make an enormous amount of difference. But you would actually have to excavate it to achieve the finished profile rather than to achieve what would essentially be a quarry sitting there.
Yeah, all I was thinking was you wouldn't have to excavate the whole volume to achieve that. You could excavate a smaller amount and then reprofile into
Yes, but you're excavating 60 to remediate over 200, so that material will get lost fairly quickly. But what I'm saying is that if you approached it in a commonsensical way, you wouldn't actually excavate it to the profile that's shown in those sections. If you were going to remediate it, you would actually excavate it to something closer to the final profile so that you could properly restore it at the end of it.
Okay, thank you. I think I don't know what your views are on the length of time you think you'll need for re-examination.
Very short.
Very short.
I mean, 5 minutes, 10
okay,
minutes.
then, so
10 minutes I'll
if
double
you're
my
okay
time
with that,
estimates as usual for advocates.
If that's okay, then we'll do that before we break for lunch.
We'll certainly finish by 1 o'clock. So the first issue I wanted to approach with you is towards the start of your cross-examination. You were taken to your section 5.2 in your report, so that's page 25. And it's really just look at the structure of this report, because Mr. Trinick seemed to be confused. And then the 5.2, you're dealing with landscape character effects on the site, and then 5.3, you're dealing with landscape character effects on LCT 22.
Yes.
So you start off in 5.2.1, you're looking at construction effects, I think, and landscape effects during operations. And you deal with that at 5.2.1 and 2.2. In 5.2.2, you deal with the key characteristics of the site. And just to point of clarity, are those the updated key characteristics that you've referred to?
They are indeed.
Thank you. And I think you were criticised for using those key characteristics upon which to form a judgment of susceptibility.
Yes.
Just you form your judgment is at the end of 5.2.2. It's a comparative judgment. You say that the relevant key characteristics suggest a higher level of susceptibility to wind farm development than found in the EIAR.
Correct.
And is that judgment expressed in respect to the site or LCT 22 as a whole?
It's in relation to the site.
Okay. You then in 523 refer to the similarity between the relevant key characteristics and those in other documentation. And there's in 5.2.4 you address value. You agreed with Mr. Trinick that sensitivity has found its way in there, which it shouldn't have done.
Yeah.
And then you reach a view on value at 524. You start off by referring to the overall value of LCT 22.
Yes.
but then you say EIAR is broadly correct. You then note that that's not uniform across the LCT, and then you form a specific view of landscape value would be higher than the SLEA, and in particular in close proximity to Clacton-y-Ben. Again, is that your final expression of opinion there? Was that related to the site or LCT 22 as a whole?
It's related to the site.
And we can see how you've reached that. And then you draw those 2 points together in 5.2.5, as I understand it, value and susceptibility to lead to your view on sensitivity. And again, is that for the site or LCT 22 as a whole?
That's for the site.
Thank you. And then you go on to deal with magnitude of change, and then you deal with the position. We move on to 5.3. Is there, in terms of coming back to the table in 5.2.4, you were criticised, I think, for not only reviewing the host LCT, but also looking at Clacton-y-Ben. Is looking at Clacton-y-Ben as a specific landscape feature consistent or otherwise with GLVIA3 in your view?
Oh, it's consistent.
And why do you say that?
Because you should look at elements within Oh, it's just turned on now. Okay, never. Sorry, can you remind me what the question was, please?
It was the basis for which in GLVIA3 you thought it was appropriate to carry out an assessment of landscape value of Clacton-y-Ben, as well as LCT 22.
Because the GLVIA expects you to undertake assessment of key features within that landscape character area, as well as the broader characteristics of the site itself.
Thank you. You were asked, moving off that subject, you were asked about the impact of Mid-Hill on Clacton-y-Ben and the existing Mid-Hill group.
Yes.
How broadly, what distance is it from Clacton-y-Ben from Mid-Hill? I was just trying to set the scene with that and not looking for an exact distance.
About 7.5 kilometres, something like that.
And your comments on the impact of Mid-Hill on Clacton-y-Ben, were you intending to cover landscape effect or visual effect or both in terms of its characterising effect?
Oh, in terms of characterising effect, it's a visual effect principally. But there will be, it's kind of at the edge of landscape character effects at that distance.
So in landscape character terms, the landscape in which Clacton-y-Ben sits, are you suggesting Mid-Hill has a characterising effect at that distance?
No, because but also it sits within a slightly different context in terms of its being surrounded by coniferous forest as well.
Okay. And then, lastly, back to the tracks. I think we're all now so familiar with the figures we don't need to turn to them. But Mr. Trinick has pointed out that the figure 3.2 on the second page 22 of the LVI, of the additional information, I think there are a number of pages 22 in it, is taken directly from the S&H guidance, which is in CD 9.36. There was some discussion about the slope, but the slope that is portrayed on that figure, is that in any way comparable with the slope that the track will be cutting across.
Yeah, neither the slope nor the width of the track either.
And you said in answer to Mr. Trinick that the steepness, what is important is the steepness of slope it passes across, not the gradient of the track itself.
That's
and
correct.
I just ask you to explain that in a little bit more detail.
The reason that the track departs from the existing track is because, as the existing track gets steeper at the top, and that's because the terrain gets steeper at the top. And therefore, in order to be able to construct a road that's taking the geometry of the delivery vehicles for the turbines, one has to have maximum grades and maximum and minimum turning circles. And that has necessitated, therefore, departure from the existing track and across the face of the slope that runs to the east.
I'm sorry, I think we're having difficulty with your microphone here. I think it might be the proximity to your screen that's doing that is causing the difficulty.
All right. Is that better?
Is that better?
Just give us a testing.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah.
So let's get that out of your way. And ma'am, you understand the concept that I'm talking about, so we can draw this to your attention on an accompanied site and visit if required.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think so. Did you want to say anything else, Mr. Finlay?
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you all.
I didn't mean to stop you carrying on at all. I just meant, did you want to say anything else for that? Okay.
I think it's best seen on site. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much for everybody for your patience with the technology there. We'll have a look into that over the lunch break. But if we can just break for an hour, I know that it doesn't bring us to an even hour, but if we come back for 10 to 2, that'll give us the maximum amount of time this afternoon to make some progress with the next witness. Thank you. We're moving on to the examination of the next witness, and I'll go straight over to yourself, Mr. Finlay. If there's any problems with any of the technology, if people can't hear things, just let somebody know and we will provide you with what you need. Well, if you tell us if there's a problem, we can provide... Okay. Thank you, Mr. Finlay.
Yes, good afternoon. You're Sarah Fletcher. You're a chartered landscape architect with over 25 years working experience both in private consultancy and public sectors. Is that correct?
That's correct. Can everybody hear me okay, by the way? Do you want me to speak up a bit? Right. Thank you.
You set out your skills and experience in section 2 of your report, and perhaps of some relevance to this inquiry. You sat on the steering group providing expert landscape advice, supporting Aberdeenshire Council in both the production of their strategic landscape capacity assessment and the local landscape designation review undertaken by LUC.
That's correct.
There are a couple of points I want to deal with in your report by way of correction. First of all, at 8:15, which is on your page 41. Well, it starts on page 40, but it's the fourth bullet point on page 41 at the bottom of the page that I want to take you to. Here you make the point, or purport to make the point, that the arrangement of turbines further back from the Highland boundary fault line, which has happened, has repositioned them closer to Clacton-y-Ben. Now, having considered that and considered what Samantha Oxley has said about that, would you like to correct that?
Yes, I would. The turbines have moved further north, but by virtue of Clacton-y-Ben being to the northeast, the turbines will not be any closer between the scoping layout and the actual layout that was submitted as part of the application. In fact, I think turbine 18 is perhaps slightly further away, of the order of 300 to 400 metres. So whilst the turbines have been moved further north, they haven't been repositioned closer to Clacton-y-Ben.
How important, I think perhaps the relevance of this, or the importance you've attached to this, may be a matter of issue. I think, if I can lead you on this, it was referred to, or that similar sentiment was referred to in your landscape advice.
That's correct. It appears in my landscape advice.
But was it in the checklist, or the reason, or referred to in the reason for objection?
No, it wasn't.
Scott? And what's your view on your importance of that observation? How important was it in your forming your views?
It appeared in the landscape advice, but because our objection relates to the site in principle, it bear little weight on our actual objection and our response.
Okay. And then if we move further on in the document, not much further, to page 44 of 96, here you're dealing with a section that begins at 8.18 on Nature Scott design guidance. And in the penultimate bullet point of that paragraph, which is on page 44 of 96, you haven't actually given a reference, as you had done in previous paragraphs, where the guidance comes from. And again, it's just a siting and design guidance is CD 9.3, and if I can lead you on this, my understanding is that what you've put there in bold in particular has been drawn from the diagrams on page 24, or 23 and 24 of that guidance. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
For the moment, anyway, we can put your report to one side and pick up your recognition, which I'm not going to ask you to read, but to use as background for some questions to pick up. The first is with respect to 3.3, and you could have done it in 3.2. You here refer to the Eastern Mount uplands. Now, I think the Mount is used as an expression in a number of documents in a number of places, and Ms. Oxley expressed confusion on her part anyway, as to your use of the Eastern Mount uplands. Perhaps you'd like to explain to the reporters your understanding of that phraseology and how it's used in the various documents and how they should take it in your evidence.
Yes. I think the starting point is actually if we go to viewpoint 1 Sturdy Hill, and it's just the front plan, the 1 to 2,500 figure, which will be...
That'll be in CD 1.5.
CD 1.5, so I'll have to take this with me. Yes. And if you can see, there's a legend at the left-hand side, and broadly just near the words design scoping, if you run your eye from that, there's the term the Mount on the actual OS figure itself. Now, my understanding of the landscape between the Highland Boundary Fault and the Great Glen Fault, they talk about the whole of that area is called the Grampians. The Mount, to me, is the area more the sort of foothills running from Strathmore up and into the Cairngorms, so it's that sort of wider band of hills defined by the Highland Boundary Fault and up and into the Cairngorms. And that is very much reflected. I'm going to introduce another mount now. I'm sorry about this, you've already had enough. But if you go to report CD 9.34, it's the Tayside Landscape Character Assessment 1999. And hard copy, it's page 97.
Electronic, it's page 107.
Page?
107.
Actually, it's, yes, if we start there, yeah.
So wait till everyone's caught up with you. I'm presuming it's paragraph 5.0.15.
Yes, that's correct, sorry. Now, within this, sorry, is everybody with me? Within this document, sometimes the documents did this, sometimes they didn't. In terms of the original National Landscape Character Assessment, this document developed sort of regional character areas, and that is explained in the preceding table, how the different character types nest. For this Tayside one, they identify 3 regional character areas: the Tayside Lowlands, the West Highlands, and on 5.0.15 is the Mount Highlands. And again, that very much captures that sort of band I was talking about.
So it may just be worth looking at the extent of the Mount Highlands as set out in paragraph 5.0.15 as running from Dromocto, Glengary, Strathtummel, Strathtay, which is quite a degree further west, eastwards to the Forest of Birse. Southern edge is defined by the Highland Boundary Fault between Strathtay near Dunkeld to Edsall in the east. So it's a significant length.
Yes, it is. And then, of course, we then turn to the Aberdeenshire landscape, South and Central Aberdeenshire landscape character assessment, which was 1998. We don't have to go there, but within that and within landscapes of Scotland, they both term the sort of geographical extent of that down into into Stonehaven as the Mouth, which we've previously discussed. And the reference I make to the Eastern Mouth is capturing that upland expression, landscape expression of the uplands in terms of the Eastern Mouth. So it's basically capturing that edge of that mouth. So that's where I got that term from. I think the important thing is that it could have been called Eastern Grampian. I think it's about that area capturing a distinctive, recognisable pattern of key characteristics.
And just to be clear, when you're talking about Eastern, you're talking about Eastern and the Western part being Dromocto Glen.
Yes, yes,
area.
yes.
Right, okay.
Grateful. And you place some emphasis on the word uplands there.
Yes, I do.
The Mount, in terms of the Mount landscape character area, LCT 29, I think it is.
That's yes, yeah.
That, I think it's agreed, peters out towards Stonehaven.
Yes.
What are you trying to convey to the reporters by your emphasis on the word uplands?
Well, I think it's obviously the area I've identified captures uplands, and it captures some glens in terms of more into Angus, and I think it conveys several things. First of all, I think if you look at the Angus glens, it reads really well in plan, but in reality, you will perhaps the definition of the glens when you're in them. You will only ever experience one glen, whereas when you're on the uplands, you will experience the uplands reading across those glens. And I consider that from my site work, you get that same experience running and extending into Aberdeenshire. So there's that commonality of character, which I'll come on to. And I think that is captured by extending into Aberdeenshire. There was similar key characteristics run across between Aberdeenshire and Angus.
Then,
and it's the uplands.
Grateful. That's very helpful. Now, if we then move on to paragraph 3.4 in your recognition, you refer there to the landscape character assessment, Scottish landscape character assessment. What I'd like you to do is, just by reference to the figures that you've appended to your report, talk through what you're trying to convey in this paragraph by reference to those figures.
Well, I think that actually, first of all, I'll take you to appendix, in my inquiry report, that's 16.1, and it's appendix 2, which is it's the sort of larger A3 table, which sets out the Aberdeenshire and Tayside character assessments at 2 different time periods, and it sets out the key characteristics for each one and how they relate in terms of, spatially, in terms of the area I'm talking about. And when I started looking at this, once the actual application in, and bearing in mind my work is informed by the environmental inquiry, the EIA report and the assessment work done for that, I started, it became very apparent that when I was actually out on site, there was 2 aspects to the way I looked at the landscape character and the way I think it was, in particular in the experience of those key characteristics across it, there was two issues arising. One was firstly in terms of the consistency of key characteristics appearing in the Aberdeenshire, what was originally called Area 18, the Mount, and is now called Summits and Plateaus, Aberdeenshire. And the consistency of pattern was very much, you were getting a consistent pattern of some key characteristics in the east, and you get a different pattern in the west, and there was quite a variation between east and west occurring. And I've set that out in my inquiry report. And I can go into that in more detail. Right. And then the other aspect was that in the west of the Aberdeenshire Summits and Plateaus, Aberdeenshire, had far more common characteristics or shared characteristics with the eastern side of the Tayside Summits and Plateaus. And this table basically sets out that thinking and where I've developed that thinking. And then beyond that, I've then identified the second of page 85, I've then identified where I feel that those key characteristics are in relation to that upland area between the Cairngorms and where it starts to fade down into Stonehaven.
One of those key characteristics you refer to, I think it's on the 7th bullet point, is regionally prominent hills, in particular Clacknaben. I don't think there's any dispute about that now, not being more than what might be considered a local landscape feature. Mount Battock, you've heard what Ms Oxley said yesterday about Mount Battock. What's your view in terms of whether that's a regionally prominent hill?
Well, I think to explain this, I'd like to take you to, it's the same volume as before, or is it? No, it's not. It's, apologies, it's CD 1.6, and it's the view from Scolty Hill, so, which is viewpoint 14. And if we can just sit at, sorry. and I'm going to be a real pain here and ask you to lay out side by side, figure 6.24b and figure 6.24c. So effectively, you're getting a sort of 180-degree panorama.
I think it's, let's go back up. No, other way, up, sorry, down.
Now, we can locate Clachnaben by the Tor. Moving westwards from Clachnaben, the hill that you see there just above that little pocket of cloud, that's Mount Battock. And there's a very, I would say, prominent hilltop. It's not a broad-rounded hill. It's got a defined top. And I would consider that to be a prominent hill. The hill further west of that is Peter Hill. And further round, you sort of extend on into the Cairngorms National Park. And then running back from Peter Hill, Mount Battock, you have Clachnaben. Next to Clachnaben is Mount Shade. And then onto the other part of the panorama, you also have Curloch Hill, which we talked about before, and I would consider that part of that prominent hill range from this side. I think it's not just from this view aspects, such as, Clachnaben you experience within the uplands, you experience Curloch within the uplands, you also experience Peter Hill, Mount Battock, and views sort of southwards, you also experience Hill of Wirral to a lesser extent, but from looking up from Strathmore on the other side, Hill of Wirral reads as does Sturdy Hill as well.
So looking at that bullet point, coming back to your Appendix 2 at page 85 of 96, you refer to Clachnaben, Mount Battock, Peter Hill. You also refer there to Mellencamp
yes,
and Cairn Mount. You've dealt with Sturdy Hill and Hill of Warren. But again, you clearly indicate here that you consider Mellencamp and Cairn Mount a regionally prominent hill.
Yes.
Thank you. So, having introduced Appendix 2, can we then go to, unless there's anything further you want to say at that stage, introduce your figures?
Yes, apologies. Yes. Yes, so this is my inquiry report, Appendix 3. And the first figure is looking at the blue boundary is the summits and plateaus and hills, Aberdeenshire landscape character type. And this basically sets out, in my inquiry report, sets out the variation in some of the key characteristics between the east and the west. There's a sort of a drop in height between the west going down to the east. There's a change in the landform. There's far more distinctive undulating landforms and prominent hills within the west compared to the east. There's a change in a defined change in the land use. There's a lot of large-scale commercial forestry plantation, and it's not only run up and into the landscape character. For the most part, they actually cover over the tops of the hills in this landscape. So for the most part, the horizons are wooded horizons. Not all of them, but the majority of them are in contrast to the west. There's a lack of absence of farmsteadings in the west in comparison to the east, and in fact, further on the sort of fringes to the north and further eastward, you actually have field patterns running up and onto the sort of higher ground of the eastern part of the mount. So again, the west is largely uninhabited, whereas the east has farmsteadings and field patterns and a far more man-influenced landscape.
Just a small point. Would you describe Charbothy as a farmsteading?
No, it's a bothy.
And then, so that's figure 2. And if you move down to figure 3, if you could explain what you're trying to illustrate there.
Yes, this relates to this point that, but not only in terms of the key characteristics in relation to how they've been assessed within the two underpinning landscape character types from the database, i.e. the summits and plateau in the 2019. There's a sort of a more common way of experiencing these two areas as one, as the sort of commonality running across, and that relates to, first of all, its context. They do sit as sort of foothills or a sort of area between the lower lying mount to the east and the Cairngorms to the west, but you actually have this sort of area that almost steps up between the two, and that's quite tangible from when you're, for example, going up to Cairloch and you look into this sort of this plateau which sets between the lights of Clachnaben to the north, Mellencart to the south, and that sort of sits up at a higher level looking into it, and then beyond that you have the Cairngorms, which again steps up and plateaus out beyond, and you can see these sort of more rolling, distinctive, undulating hills. So by virtue of sort of from east to west, you have a change of how it's experienced, and north to south, this area also, in contrast to the summits and plateaus and hills that run further round to the south of the Cairngorms, almost acting as foothills, here you start to actually extend out and into and sit between Deeside to the north and Strathmore to the south. So there's also that sort of narrowing, if you like, of the Cairngorms. And I think that creates a more discrete upland area. It also changes the scale and extent of how you experience that landscape, because it has these more finite edges from the north and the south. So you experience it in quite a different way. And I think that sort of also then explains how you walk round and you use it compared to, for example, the Cairngorms, the greater massif of the Cairngorms.
Thank you.
And then the last figure there
We'll
I have.
come on to that
okay.
in a moment. So just coming back, that dealing with your 3.4, in your 3.6, we can just note that at bullet point 4, you've dealt with the pronounced distinctive hills by reference to your appendix 2 already. That's the fourth bullet point. And then the last bullet point, you deal with wildness as a key characteristic.
Yes.
And that may be a time to introduce your figure 4, but also to comment on the criticisms in Miss Oxley's report, which and commentary, which begin at 554 of her report and run to 564. So that's internal pages 52 to 54 of her report.
Yeah, I think it would be useful to have, first of all, NatureScope figure 4 from my inquiry report, which is 16.1. And then at the end of Miss Oxley's inquiry report, which is in... Also in her inquiry report at the end, she has the set of the underpinning for attributes that were mapped as part of the data set to create the data set of relative wildness. So if we can just have them sitting to one side. So I'm drowning in folders here.
Sorry, just to be clear, which figure are you talking about from Ms Oxley's report?
Sorry, I'm talking about figures.
I think it's the Appendix F.
It's Appendix F.
And she has a series of figures in Appendix F.
F1, F2, F3 and F4. I think that the first point to talk about, if we just set, a lot has been said about the wildness characteristic or characteristics of wildness. And I think we have to just remember in context of the overriding key characteristics in both character types of in Aberdeenshire and Tayside. It's one of a number of key characteristics, so it's not, it's not the only one that we're talking about here, and it's going to affect obviously your experience of wildness, but also it will affect, for example, it's one of the key characteristics, and it's and relevant to that in terms of, for example, changes in land cover. It would also relate to the vegetation patterns as well, which is another of the key characteristics, in particular in Tayside. So it's just one of a series of key characteristics that characterise these areas. I think so, just some general comments in relation to the number of issues raised in Ms Oxley's inquiry report. I think there's various criticisms, and I think some of them are actually perhaps unfounded based on a lack of understanding of the methodology, or actually unfair, because I think she misrepresents the methodology and its intentions. There's criticism of quite a lot of the limitations of the data set in terms of what it does and doesn't do, but the approach has been very clearly set out in the methodology on our website, and we very clearly define what it does and doesn't do. This work has been subject to extensive public consultation, and we had hundreds of responses, I think over 400 responses to our 2013 consultation on the call map, which is the core areas of wildland that informed this work. The Scottish Parliament has had consideration of this in the draft SPP, and it's been accepted by the Scottish ministers as a valid approach. I have to remember that whilst this wildness mapping considers 3 physical and perceptual aspects in our wildland assessment guidance, there's actually 9 listed. So it's again, it's a sort of snapshot of what we could accurately model at that time, what information was available to inform the data set of wildness. In terms of actually some of the four underpinning maps, the perceived naturalness, I think, typically in NatureScot we use the term perceived naturalness simply to apply or recognise that what some might think of as natural is not that natural for many reasons. You know, there's, you could argue, and we're not going to go down this route, but it's an absolute term, and you could argue that a lot of landscapes in Scotland aren't natural. So we talk about perceived natural, just to say that the, you know, the way Scotland is promoted to visitors in general, some of the landscapes will not be natural. Muirburn is a very typical way of managing upland grouse shooting estates across Scotland. In terms of rugged or challenging terrain, again, this is using a DTM model, and the limitation is that it captures ruggedness rather than challenging terrain. So whilst it might capture gradient, it doesn't capture, for example, challenging terrain from a boggy landscape, for example, you know, peatland boggy landscape, which could be quite challenging to cross as well on flatter landscapes. Remoteness from public mechanised access. And I think this is one that's sort of come up quite a bit. There's two particular, these last two, the remoteness from public mechanised access and the lack of modern artefacts, which appear on figures of Sam Oxley's report. F3 and F4, yes. So again, this very much F3 is this is concerned with public mechanised access, and this estate tracts are taken into account in this analysis. So estate tracts are taken both into account in terms of the remoteness or distance from tracks, and also on the next page, on the next figure, the Appendix 4, which is lack of modern artefacts. So it's taken in terms of the tracks themselves and also the remoteness from those tracks. So obviously it's a point in time. It was I think work was done in 2014, and as Sam has noted, there are some additional tracks to this. But I think in particular, if we're looking at figure F4, you can see that even at this point in time, there's quite a difference in, for example, the tracks happening around to the west of the site in terms of the tracks coming up from Glenesk and the tracks to the east of that, which is the landscape round Glendye. And all these tracks are obviously brought together in terms of relative wildness. And if you then go to the figure contained within my report, which is NatureScot figure 4, this is the relative wildness map. It's just colour-coded in a different way, but it's exactly the same copy. Overlaid this, we have the wildland area in black. We have the line of the national park, Cairngorms National Park in yellow, and then we have the two landscape character types, the darker blue for Aberdeenshire and the lighter blue for the summits and plateau in Aberdeenshire, in Tayside, apologies. And I think what this clearly portrays out is that there is a higher score of relative wildness character coming out from the northern edge of the wildland area around sort of Mount Keene. It extends out and it sort of narrows, and then it extends out and down and into Glendye itself. The tracks, the proliferation of a greater number of tracks around Glenesk is clearly displayed in the lower wildness scores to the east, to the west, but there is a generally higher level of wildness character covering Glendye and into the north in particular.
So just to 2 points on that, we heard Mr. Trinnick put the question to Mr. Steele this morning as to the difference of view between him and Ms. Oxley about how...
I don't think I can hear you.
My apologies. You heard, I'll start again. You heard Mr. Trinnick this morning put to Mr. Steele the difference between Ms. Oxley and Mr. Steele on the relative wildness character. Mm-hmm. And what's your view in your we're not talking about wildland area. In your view, what does this land, and particularly the site, have a wildness character to it?
Yes, I think it does. I think there's a notable difference between the character, picking up in general some of the points regarding the number of tracks and the extent of Muirburn. Certainly within the Glendye area, the Muirburn is typically older. It's larger patches of it, so you don't have that number of different types of, you don't have dark patches recently burnt, greyer, and then into heather. You have larger areas, but they are typically older areas of Muirburn. You have less tracks, tangibly less tracks within the Glendye area. And certainly when I walked, I came in on one of the site visits I did, I came in on the, from Spittal along the track to Charbothy and then along Glendye and up onto the Beelach, which is between Mount Battock to the north and Sturdy Hill to the south, and I went up onto that Beelach. And the track, that track itself, which is actually an older track, it's greening over in places. You get actually quite strong experience of wildness character within that glen. You have very few views to existing tracks. There is one up that comes up. You see the sort of upper reaches going up on the Beelach between Mount Battock and Clachnaben as you're sort of following that, and that's to the north. But otherwise, they're actually quite strong wild character walking along that track. And I think that's replicated in that area. Once you get up onto the Beelach and you move up to Mount Battock and then down and into Glen Esk, and from my site work round Glen Esk, there is a noticeable contrast in the sort of greater number of tracks in Glen Esk. And also in the different patterns of Muirburn, I'd say there's greater, smaller patterns of Muirburn within Glen Esk compared to the patterns of Muirburn within Glendye. There's far more of them. They're more regularly burnt, I would say, and so you get a greater contrast of different patterns, a sort of patchwork effect, if you like, and they're smaller as well. And our wildness mapping data set is a national data set, so things like features such as fence lines, feeding stations, these type of, to try and model that level of information on a national data set, we clearly set out that that's a limitation, and we advocate, in fact we strongly advocate in any our wildland assessment guidance that you go out and assess that. And I think as Sam Oxley pointed out yesterday, it's a starting point. This is it's a data set, it's a starting point, and you verify this in the field in relation to the work you're doing as for any data set.
Thank you. And I think you've given us your verification of that in some detail in your report.
Yes.
So if we, unless there's anything you want to add to that at this stage, if we go on just to two short points to finish your examination in chief. Firstly, at 4.3, you seek to summarise the case that you say the very hills being used as mitigation to contain the proposed development are in themselves regionally important and distinctive. You say that issue seems to be a key area of dispute between the parties. The extent to which the hills are regionally important and distinctive may not be such a area of dispute as you may have thought when writing this. But first of all, let me just check you've got 4.3 of your recognition.
I found half of it.
But do you want to clear your deck? So
Yes, I think I'd like to do that. Excuse me. There it is. I found it.
about paragraph 4.3 of your recognition?
Yes, I am. Yes.
And I think the background to this will now be reasonably clear, but as one could take from Miss Ox's evidence, that she sees one of the great advantages of this site as being contained in a bowl, which it is to an extent, and you've set that out in your report. But your concern is as to the impact on the, as I understand it, on the very hills that are used to contain the proposed development.
That's correct, yes. There's a very useful in CD 1.3. It's inset image 3.1 and it's on page 3.2.
1.3, so that's the text of the EIAR, and it's chapter 3, is it?
Yes, page 3.2.
Chapter 3. Keep going down. Yeah, you won't have the figures in there, so we need to go to the figures. Electronically, it will be in the figures. Brilliant.
It's actually an inset figure, so it will be within the main text, I think.
3.2. Keep going down. Keep going down. Keep going down. 3.3.
No, it's inset figure. It looks like.
Yeah, no, I've got it in here.
It's page 3.2.
It's incorporated within the text. Yes.
And this, it's just a very simple map, but it shows the position of the Highland boundary fault. It's topographically graded, and it shows the Windfarm set between, if you can imagine, I sort of was using my pencil, but if you align your pencil or a figure just running between Glendye and the meander of Glenesk, which almost sort of runs parallel to the Highland boundary fault, and effectively it creates almost a channel or a through sort of high plateau beyond which these prominent hills run to the north and to the south of it. And the Windfarm sits within these, and those very hills that afford containment to the north and the south, as is set out in the EIA report, are actually these regionally prominent hills that we've identified. So Mount Battock and Clachnabin to the north, and Mount Shade further west. Not so much containing is obviously Kerlock Hill, but that's to the other side of the Kieranamount Road. And then round the site itself to the east, you have Mellencart, you have to the south east, you have Kieranamount running along to the south-southwest, you have Sturdy Hill. And so it's a very simple drawing, but it's actually very effective just in explaining that point. And I think this point comes out time and again that, in terms of siting and design, for example, these hills are identified as being important to contain that visibility. And, you can clearly see that in the ZDV. These ridges do limit visibility, in particular to the north and south, and to an extent to the east and west. But these hills are in themselves regionally prominent and distinctive, and they contribute to that distinctive character of that area.
Thank you. And then, lastly, I think if we go to paragraph 5.1, and I've no doubt you'll be asked about landscape character in some detail, but I just want to ask you to comment on table 5.1 of Miss Oxford's evidence, that you'll recall Mr. Trinick put to Mr Steele in cross-examination. I think it's on page 41 of her report. That's correct, yes. If I can actually refer you to the table 5.1 appears within the sort of main body of the text, but the LVIA methodology is presented also at the end of Miss Oxley's inquiry report, apologies, and it's on page yes, it's on page C10, well, C9 and C10 at the back of the report. So, and that's appendix, well, it's appendix C, I presume. So is that's just following paragraph C34, is it? That's correct, yes, yes. And what would you like to... But there's actually two paragraphs here, and one in particular, it describes here, particularly in C34, a series of criteria are used to evaluate the susceptibility of landscape character types or landscape character areas to wind energy development as set out in the table below. And it sets out a series of characteristics developed from landscape character type or area, as it explains there. And it gives a range. Now, whether or not I agree with the overall findings, I think that's quite a clear table. I think it's well set out and it's very useful. And a lot of these characteristics, you can see obvious relationship with the landscape character area and landscape character type. Now, if you flip forward back to page 41, which is table 5.1, an additional column has been added which talks about comments for the Glendye site. Now, I would argue that the criteria that started out in terms of scale landform and the aspects indicating reduced susceptibility, these were based and these were drawn from the scale of landscape character type or landscape character area scale. The comments for the Glendye site, the site is, from what I understand from yesterday, is the site boundary, and that's like, for want of a better word, a cookie cutter of landscape. And that's a different scale of landscape, and therefore what I would have expected to see was characteristics and attributes developed from that smaller portion of landscape. It's no longer, we're dealing with a different scale of landscape, we're dealing with a site landscape rather than a landscape character area. So, for example, you would have to then go into it and say, you know, do these characteristics and attributes still stand up at that smaller scale of assessment? Well, looking at the start, the sort of, you know, the landform, sorry, the scale talks about large scale to small scale. Now, the site itself is a portion of that. So you have to ask, well, is large scale and small scale, is that applicable on that site? In terms of, it seems to suggest that the site is an extensive area in upland, but actually the site itself is a red line boundary, so it's of a smaller scale. The landform, within the character type as well, there's actually quite a wide variety of different landforms, from quite rolling hills, plateau, to distinctive prominent hills, whereas actually within the site itself, there's a very different, you know, it takes a portion of that site, so actually are those aspects, are they still relevant in relation to explaining that site landscape character? You know, skylines. The site is located in a topographic bowl, so would skylines be of particular importance in relation to how you would consider the Glendye site in that context? So it's sort of taking two different scales of landscape and applying the site level to the criteria that have been identified for the landscape character level of assessment. Yes, thank you very much. I think those are all the questions in chief, so I'll pass over to Mr. Trinick.
Before we do, I'll just check with Mr. Kelly whether he has any points of clarification he'd like to seek.
No, thank you, sir.
Okay, so over to yourself then, Mr. Trinick.
Thanks, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Fletcher.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chinnock.
Just testing the microphone first. Can you hear me over there? I'm not sure your neighbour can for other reasons, but that's great. And you can hear me clearly all round. Okay, good. A large part of what I want to ask you about is the issue of regional distinctiveness, because that's what underpins Nature Scott's objection to this application. And let's just trace your involvement first. You've been involved in this project since the scoping stage?
Yes.
And you're the landscape lead for Nature Scott on Glendye?
That's correct.
Let's dig out our first of our documents, which is CD 245. That's in two parts, 245.1, 245.2. I want to go to 245.2 first. Are you there, sir? This is your memorandum to others within Nature Scott of December 18, landscape advice on the Windfarm.
That's correct.
And if we turn over to the third page, it's not paginated, no criticism, but paragraph 4, we have a summary, which you've set out there in bold. There are two key issues identified for then SNH which relate to the significance of effects on the distinctive landscape character of the area defined as the eastern mouth and the significant cumulative effects of Glendye in the context of other development. It is considered the Windfarm in 4.2 would significantly detract from the distinctive landscape character of the eastern mouth and clarity of Clacknaban as a key feature within this landscape. And 4.3 is considered as a national interest in safeguarding and enhancing the distinctive character of Scotland's landscapes at the regional scale from effects of development to ensure that Scotland landscape retain their distinctive regional character and experience the features that contribute, etc. And then in 4.4 you say it's considered, first bullet point, the landscape character within the eastern mouth can be experienced as a distinctive regional area, contrasting with, well, Deeside and constant with the Howard Mains in this case, etc., etc. So that's just setting some scene. Now, clearly, and I think you've confirmed it in chief already, and it's been confirmed in the examination of my witness, that the objection of Nature Scott to Glendye is locational. It's in the wrong place.
That's correct.
And indeed, you say exactly that at paragraph 8.9. No need to go there. Paragraph 8.9 of your inquiry report. If we then go to CD 245 again, but 245.1, and go to, I have to do it electronically, electronic page 37. Are you in hard copy?
Would have told.
Okay. I've got a problem with actual page numbers, you see. They've disappeared off the bottom. So it's the Annex B National Interest Panel Checklist.
What's your electronic page?
37.
37.
I tell you what, I can short-circuit this. I'll read out the relevant bit, and you can. It's where you refer in the first bullet in the second section on that page to the 2014 wind energy capacity study. That's CD87 of this inquiry. Mm-hmm. It says there's been no capacity for any scale of wind energy development within the landscape character that incorporates this site. SNH were on the steering group. Were you the steering group representative?
There was 2 of us within Nature Scott.
You were one of them?
I was one of them,
Okay,
yes.
that's fine. Well, with the scope of the objection clear, let's look at the issue of regional distinctiveness. And first of all, at the term, the mouth. In chief, you gave us some useful information, but let me try and put it my way, because I look at things slightly differently. The mouth, in a sort of Wikipedia sense, and that's where I got it from, is a very large area indeed. It extends from Drumocta all the way to East Aberdeenshire.
Yes, yes.
It's a very big area indeed, the mouth. And that's an historical term. It goes back way in time. If we go then to CD 245-2 again, to electronic page 5, or from your point of view, paragraph 5.8.
Yes.
And remembering what's already been said about the eastern mouth in 5.8, in this context, regional landscape character, it is considered that the landscape of the study area and the site encompasses the eastern extent of the mouth, hereafter referred to as the eastern mouth. For the purposes of this advice collectively, the eastern mouth is used to define a distinctive geographical area of landscape character extending from Mount Keene and Ben Turren through Mount Battock and the uplands along the Highland Boundary Fault to the line of the Canamount Road, relatively lower in elevation than the massif of the southern Cairngorms within the mouth, with smoother, broader landforms, that's there in the Cairngorms. The eastern mouth has a distinctive character, and then the experience is described in the bullet points that follow.
Yes.
To put this into context, let's go to CD 13, the figures for chapter 6. And when you get that, a figure 6.5, please. Obviously, this is using old money terminology. I appreciate that, but we know where we are. More plateau becomes summits and plateaus and so forth.
Yes.
We can see LC 22
Yes.
is for the reporter's benefit than extending as far as it does. We can see the area 22. And that's also the area of summits and plateaus, as is now LCT.
That's correct, yes.
Yep, hasn't changed. We can also note there T3 and T1B in Angus, which are relevant here. T1B being the Angus Glens. And, yeah, two areas of T1B. And then there's T3, which is a continuation, I guess, of effectively Area 22 within Aberdeenshire. Is that right? T3 is described as Highland Summits and Plateaus.
Yes, sorry, in new money rather than old money. Yeah.
Precisely, yep. Okay. And if we see figure 6.6, we can look at areas rather than types, and we've got the area known as the Mount LCA, which is part of the LCT, which includes the site and which goes a long way east.
Yes.
As an aside, as I understand it for Angus, there are LCAs, but they're at a regional level. There are not local LCAs in the same sense as there are in Aberdeenshire, which is why we don't see any LCAs as opposed to LCTs described for Angus, or are they one and the same thing?
So
I need explanation there, in other words.
Well, this is one of the confusions in the. Are you talking about the 1990s mapping? This is this is a very good case in point as to why we went to the 2019 mapping.
Yeah.
In that you're doing assessments by different consultants, producing areas, types for different scales of development, different scales of landscape character, and that some of them are used interchangeably, or when you reach a boundary, you get this difference. You have areas, you have the Mount coming in, which is part of the character area, which is part of the Moorland Plateau landscape character type in Aberdeenshire. Mm-hmm. And in Tayside, you have character types, which is the Highland summits and plateaus. And so the purpose of the 2019 Scotland's landscape database was basically to bring all these different assessments up to a consistent level using consistent terminology.
Okay, I think I get that. In the context of LCAs, though, let's go to a document which has puzzled me as we've gone through the inquiry, and that is CD 917. And CD 917 is the 1998 South and Central Aberdeenshire Landscape Character Assessment, which is a SNH publication. If we go to that at the internal, you've got hard copy at page 109, or electronic page 118. In fact, backtrack, we're due to 105, which is therefore 114 electronically. Here we have, in old money again, the Moorland Plateau landscape character type.
That's correct.
Curiously, not with any key characteristics, simply is descriptive.
Yes.
It says what it says. Then we've got areas. You've got the Grampian outliers.
Yes.
And then if we go on to page 109, which is where I started, we have the Mount. And that's the landscape character area of the type, the Mount.
No, and that's the landscape character area of the type Moorland Plateau.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if we go on to the following page, you do get key characteristics.
Yes.
Just purely factually, those key characteristics, just to resolve a puzzle in my mind, have found their way into the NLCA with some additions as the key characteristics of the type. Is that correct?
Of the type, yeah, Aberdeenshire Summit Plateau LCT, yes, yeah. That's correct.
But the origin of the LCT key characteristics we see now in CD 632 are actually area characteristics within the 1998 assessment.
Yes, they're based on these, yes.
All right, that just so I understand the evolution of the process. Now, the 1998 document was, well, there was an opportunity to update it, as I understand it, through the Strategic Landscape Character Capacity Assessment 2016. And you sat on the group that produced that, didn't you?
I did, yes.
So if we go to that document, all right, put this one away, that's 8.7. I apologise for this lengthy archaeological exercise, but the reasons for it will become clear. The 1998 document was at least reviewed, and if you look at, if you've got hard copy, it'll be, well, there are two hard copy numbers. I'm looking at the original number, at page numbering 84, which is electronic page 94. If you're on the right page, you will see 22 to the Mount.
Yes.
And there is a description there. It's fairly brief, but nevertheless, description. And on the right side of that page, you've got a map which shows the mouth of the lovely Windfarm in the middle called Mid Hill.
Yes.
This being a Windfarm related document, you would expect to see Windfarms. If we go to page 86, electronic page 96, we then see the capacity assessment, so-called, for the LCA called the mouth, don't we? Which, depending on who you are, makes sorry or happy reading. There is no capacity. That's the conclusion, isn't it?
Is this page 96, did you say?
86 in the hard copy. So we have to go between electronic and hard copy.
Right. Yeah.
If you look at the right column.
Yeah, so I'm just reading it through. Yeah.
Sure. These areas would be unsuitable for wind turbine development beyond the domestic scale, less than 15 metres associated with farm buildings, etc.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, that was the conclusion. And in fact, just so the reporters have a full picture here, if we go to electronic page 7 of that document, I'll give you a real page number in a moment. It's also page 7. Oh, that's all right. And we got the executive summary of this document, haven't we? Summary of findings. It's executive summary.
Oh, sorry. Apologies.
That's okay, my fault.
Suddenly realised there's no page numbers.
Don't worry. It's the first page of the executive summary.
First page. Right, sorry. Right, yes, I'm there.
And in the right column of that page, summary of findings and assessment of underlying capacity. And this is the whole of the Aberdeenshire landscape. There are no areas of Aberdeenshire suitable for extensive wind farms and large-scale turbines. In contrast to much of Scotland, there is no capacity for wind turbines in the highest moorland areas beyond 15 metres. And so it goes on. I won't rehearse the whole thing. And you go on to the next page, on the right-hand column, areas with no underlying capacity, and the same reference to domestic scale, but that includes subparagraph 1, all of the Moorland Plateau LCAs in old money.
Yes, it
Okay,
says that.
well that's as far as we need to take that document. You sat on the steering group for this document, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And you associated yourself with its conclusions?
I felt it followed practice at that time, and we generally felt it gave at a strategic level, it gave a broad steer in terms of capacity at that time.
You have to...
At that time, in relation to the methodology used, it gave a broad steer at a strategic level, and it followed established methodology at that time.
Well, that's a circumstantial way of putting a reply. My question was, did you then and do you now agree with its conclusions that there is no capacity for wind energy development beyond a domestic scale in Aberdeenshire, and in particular within this LCT?
I think it raised sensitivities in this LCT, and as to capacity, I think it in terms of generally we were content at that time with the broad findings of the report, yes.
I understand. Are you still happy with the findings of the report?
No, I think wind energy development has moved on. This captures a moment in time in 2014, and there's been considerably more wind energy development.
Well, yeah, we're getting muddled between capacity and sensitivity, aren't we? And the sensitivity hasn't changed, has it?
Underpinning sensitivity, no.
No. So your answer is already a capacity answer rather than a sensitivity answer.
Yes, yes.
The capacity really is a function of the requirement for supply, isn't it?
But sensitivity is informed by susceptibility and value, and you could argue susceptibility in two ways, that actually with more wind energy development, the landscape becomes more susceptible to wind energy as a function of sensitivity.
You say more susceptible, you mean better for or
well, you
less
can take
good
it both ways, depending on the overriding policies of that area, you can take it either way.
Well, put it more bluntly, do you see any capacity or do you see any wind energy development beyond the domestic scale taking part in the Mount LCA as defined in 1998-2016 without giving rise to effects which would cause you a problem?
Well, I think that's very clear in terms of our engagement with wind energy to date in the Mount. We have not objected to Fetteresso. We'd never objected to Midhill. We didn't object to Meikle Crew. We didn't object to Craig Neil.
But it's when you move further west and that becomes the topic of our debate. Very well. Now, if we went to the NLCA, it's variously called the SLCA or the NLC, the National Character Assessment for Scotland 2019.
Yeah, we actually, just a point of clarification, we call it Scotland's Landscape Character Assessment because it's not Nature Scot manage it, but it was informed by extensive consultation with all the local authorities and other organisations. So in that case, it's not Nature Scots alone.
All right. We're going to call it a 2019 document.
Yes, it's better.
A lot better. There are references there, and I think you know it well enough, we needn't go there, to the Highland Boundary Fault and Clacknaban.
Yes.
Yep. So those were already well noted in 2019.
Yeah. Do you want me to go to the 2019?
No, I don't.
Okay.
From your memory, you know, and I've seen it, and I know that Clacknaban and the Highland Boundary Fault are both recorded in CD 632-1 for this particular LCT. Now, if we look at Landscapes of Scotland, then we go to CD 9.7 for that. And we'll find area 32 on the internal page number is not helpful. Electronic page 32. It should be, sir. That should be the map. Here we have a map, and we have a brief description. And we can note, can't we, that there's reference to the Highland Boundary Fault within that. So that's recognised within that document as being an important feature. It doesn't actually mention Clacknaban, but there's not much of that description. It's a fairly short one. Now, take up the document preceding that, which is 9.6. And this is the S&H, Nature Scot, whatever, developing the Landscapes of Scotland map, background and summary statement, method statement. Paragraph 2, map reflects the great diversity of landscapes in the country, the regional distinctiveness which that creates. Further in the same paragraph, the project highlights what it is, gives familiar areas their distinctiveness, identity, suggests what might attract people to explore new areas, instill a desire to ensure the diversity of landscape is not diminished, placed at a broad scale. And it complements paragraph 3 about the 8th line down. It complements the existing more detailed national programmes of LCAs. You can see that next page, paragraph 1. The map has been developed for several reasons. paragraph D. There we are. Wind farms. It'll be a useful scale for monitoring some types of landscape change, such as forestry and wind farms. I think that's all we need to refer to. What was your role in the Landscapes of Scotland programme?
I didn't have a role. I wasn't. I think there was some discussion early on, but I didn't take it forward. I wasn't part of that group.
All right. But obviously you know the programme well. And am I right that each of the 79 areas identified in Landscapes of Scotland has a regional distinctiveness?
As defined in the descriptions.
Yes, but one of the purposes of the exercise, as defined in 9.6, is to find areas each of which has a regional distinctiveness.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it says so in 9.6. But no one Landscapes of Scotland area is graded for its distinctiveness, importance, or some other quality above any other area.
No, and that's clear in the methodology.
Yeah. So in terms of leaping forward, but only for a moment, to Nature Scott's approach to development, regional distinctiveness is actually quite easy to find. You simply select any one of the Landscapes of Scotland areas. It's regionally distinctive.
No, that's not correct.
No?
No.
Well,
because this is a starting point. It's the same as the wildness mapping. It's the same as the landscape character assessment. It's a point in time. It provides some background context, and that's the extent to which we've used it. Many of these, by virtue of the fact that they cover Scotland, it's a national database, many of these actually have wind farms in them, obviously.
yeah.
So.
I suppose I'm thinking from the point of view of a developer that your means of predicting what may be a regional distinctiveness sufficient to give Nature Scott concern. It's not really a way of predicting it, is it?
We gave direction at scoping.
Yes. Go back to 245, would you? 245.1. And this time at electronic page 31, which isn't going to help you at all. It's just before the National Interest Panel checklist, not the one that you filled in, but the checklist itself. Actually, there is an internal page number for once. It's page 19 or 20, one or the other.
I've got a hard copy, so that's not going to...
Do you have any page numbers at all? At the bottom.
Oh, yes, 19.
It's on page 20 in the internal numbering.
Could I ask it, what's at the top? I'll look online.
That's all right. It's, you've got an email exchange there.
Right.
Between... well, you send one. That's the one at the top. Electronic page number 31. Internal page number, as far as I can read it, 20.
It's 30.
What was it? 30, not 20. I'll write it down so I've got it. Okay.
Yeah, it's an email exchange between myself and
That's right.
Nick. Yeah.
That's right. Well, we'll take the bottom one first. It's the one sent on 13th of December at 12:05. And addressed to Matt Burnett and to you. Thanks for sending through the visuals, etc., etc. Grateful if you find it helpful you clarify how the description of the extent of the eastern mouth aligns with regional landscapes at Landscapes of Scotland.
Yes, that's correct.
Right. And then you replied on the same day at 12:24 in interesting terms. I purposely stepped back from the Landscapes of Scotland work which you refer to, primarily from my experience from the Windfarm, to which we'll come, and comments on the National Interest Panel for this development, you mean for West Garty?
That's, yes.
For West Garty. At that time, West Garty, it was felt too much reliance was put on the Landscapes of Scotland work, this work, which was carried out internally by landscape professionals. The Interest Panel asked us to focus on the underpinning landscape character assessment work, which has gone through a far more rigorous process.
That's correct.
So, do we agree, given what you said in that email, that it's correct for the reporters to place much more weight on the 2019 assessment and on the 1998/2016 LCA assessment than on Landscapes of Scotland?
Yes, no, I agree.
Thank you. Now, you've read of West Garty. I think you gave evidence of West Garty.
I did, yes.
We'll come back to that later. So, what I move on to now is how we were supposed to know what you were thinking in broadest terms. Because the application was submitted, and in due course back came consultation responses. And one of those responses was that from Nature Scott, which is CD 233.
I finished with the FY bundle for now.
You put it away. You don't throw away CD 245, but your colleague might want to get all the pages in order, because I can see there it looks like a bit disordered at the moment. So paragraph 2, CD 233 is the 11 January 2019 response of Nature Scott to the application. And we see the reference on page 1 to an objection on the basis this landscape has a distinctive regional character, which makes a significant contribution to the distinctiveness and identity of Scotland's landscape, our sense of place. Next paragraph. Within the narrow upland plateau of the eastern mouth, please note eastern mouth, between Mount Battock and Sturdy Hill, and more widely from the B974 in the east to the eastern summits, including Glenlethnet incorporating Hill of Wirren, the relatively central location, etc. And down further we see the reference to, in particular, Clacknaben. So we're looking again, and consistently, to be fair, as between your internal memo CD 245-2 and this document, had a very strong focus on the eastern mouth and on Clacknaben.
Yes.
Those are recurring themes throughout. But of course, at that stage, all we have are the words. There was no map in existence showing what you might think of as being the eastern mouth, which had been published external to Nature Scott.
That's correct.
The only map in existence could be found within an internal document, CD 245-1. So if we go back to that, electronic page 41, actual page, I've got it for once, 40, that's the one. That at that stage, that map, was the only definition in existence of what you are now calling the eastern mouth.
Spatially mapped, yes.
Yes, a boundary, spatial mapping. That was the only map in existence, and it hadn't been published to anybody. In fact, it was only obtained under an FOI request in the course of the inquiry.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep. From this map, we can note that actually, and this is purely factual, don't take it as being critical, that the eastern mouth is actually the western part of the mouth. Looking at the Wikipedia mouth, if you like, as
yes.
I call it, we're in the eastern part of the mouth.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. You may guess I was getting confused as we prepared.
Yeah, I don't think you're the first.
And if we compare that map, which you got an advantage, you've got a hard copy, keep it in front of you, and go to figure 3 in tab 3 of your appendices, to your inquiry report. So, figure 3. Now, you'd appreciate that an applicant looking to see what to do about a problem at least wants to see a consistency of position coming from Nature Scott. And a problem that certainly I think I have is that if you compare what you are drawing in internally for the purpose of your report to the National Interest Panel with what we now see on figure 3, they're different areas. That the the area in CD 245 shows the eastern mount going further towards Deeside and further to the northwest towards Mount Keene and the National Park than the map you've produced in figure 3. Factually, I'm correct, aren't I?
Yes, factually you are.
Yeah. And then if we go to, if you keep those two maps open, and go to CD 233, which is the response. And you look at the second page of that letter. Sorry, CD 233.
CD 233.
Second page. It's the January 19 response. Second page. We then read carefully, because we want to understand where Nature Scott are coming from, how you define the eastern mount there. In fact, it was the first thing we had without a map. The eastern mount defines an area distinctive landscape extending from Mount Keene. Ooh, we're even further west now. And Berrentirren, which is down to the southwest, way outside the area you define now, through Mount Battock and the uplands along the HBF to the line of the Calamount Road. Well, fair enough there. But again, you see the problem. We've got 233, which gives us one area. We have CD 245-1, which gives us another. And we have your figure before this inquiry, which gives us another. What is the area of the eastern mount for the purposes of your evidence at this inquiry for the reporter's note?
For the purpose of evidence, it's contained in my inquiry report.
So you want to rely on that? Okay,
yes. Fine.
Well, I can only accept what you say, but you can see my confusion when we get three different descriptors. So that's figure 3 is the area you rely on now. Now, can we agree that the eastern mount is not an area described as such, recognised as such in the 2019 assessment?
No. It's informed by that work.
But it's not an area described as such. The eastern mount, capital EM, is not a term in that assessment at all. Nor is it a term used in the 1998 LCA description or the 2016 CD87 capacity assessment.
That's correct.
Nor is it a term used on Landscapes of Scotland.
That's correct.
So it's only your creation.
It's a term to explain an area where I've assessed characteristics, but yes, it was devised by me.
It's devised by you. And the reason why not, I just want to get it clear that you are the author of this concept of the eastern mount. There's no other reference to it in any published information.
That's correct.
Right. And you created the eastern mount. Didn't invent it. You used the term for the first time in the course of preparing your internal response to this application.
That's correct, yes.
It wasn't devised or expressed by you for any other purpose.
No.
It wasn't expressed to the applicant at the time of the scoping response for Glendye.
No, we highlighted regional distinctiveness of the area.
Yes, but you didn't define or describe an area called the Eastern Mount at all at that stage.
That's correct, yes.
So that concept of the Eastern Mount could not have been known about by the applicant until suddenly it appears in CD 233 Nature Scott response. That must be right.
Specifically Eastern Mount, but the general area, we identify regional distinctiveness in that area. It wasn't defined as a boundary on a map.
No, but do you see our problem? When you get an objection from Nature Scott on the basis of a national interest, and you try to identify what that national interest is, if it's an NSA, it's easy. If it's a national park, it's easy. But if it's an area you have defined and described for the first time for the purposes of the application, it's fair enough for the applicant to expect some clarity and indeed some forewarning, but we don't get that, do we? The first mention of this area was in the response to the application.
The Eastern Mount, but
Yeah.
we talk about regional distinctiveness at scoping.
Yes.
And
But without
often it's
defining-
scoping on the
my
basis of
apologies.
that.
I interrupted you.
Often on the basis of scoping, there's a further dialogue pre-application
Yeah.
to discuss scoping issues raised.
Well, you can use the word regional distinctiveness, but we need to know what you mean by it. And the first we knew of what you meant by it, in terms of an area, appears in CD 233.
But
Correct.
I raised the... so I'll just get the scoping response.
Yes, of course.
Which is...
So which one is it? CD 1610. Thank you. Yes, this is the letter of the 19th of February 2016, isn't it?
Yes.
And you say it's located on the upland moorland plateau landscape of the Mouth.
Yes.
In its own right, we consider the Mouth to have a recognisable landscape character which contributes to regional distinctiveness this area of Aberdeenshire. But that's all we get in that letter, isn't it? There's nothing more specific.
Yes. But
Yes.
that's a direction at scoping.
Yeah, okay. As a matter of fact, that's what we got at the scoping stage.
I think also...
No,
can
my apologies. Go
I'd
on.
just like to carry on from that on page 2 of the scoping
Yeah.
response. At the last paragraph, I've identified we advise the ES should consider the recognisable landscape character of the Mount, which contributes to the regional distinctiveness of this area of Aberdeenshire. The landscape shares many of the characteristics of the adjacent Cairngorm Massif, in particular the elevation, landform, land cover and attributes of wildness extended eastwards from the park up to and including the summits of Mount Battock and Clachnaben, beyond which there is a notable drop in elevation which the popular visitor route, the Cairna Mount Road, has exploited in its alignment.
Yeah, fair enough. But in terms of defining, well, first of all, that area is much larger than the one you define now as the Eastern Mouth. And that's all we have at that stage.
But I think you have a very clear description there of the area I'm talking about between the Cairngorms and the Cairna Mount Road.
Well, we have to disagree there because the area simply shares many characteristics of the adjacent massif. It's a long way away. In particular, elevation, landform, land cover, attributes of wildness extending eastward from the park up to and including Mount Battock and Clachnaben. You now rely on this figure to define your Eastern Mouth, don't you?
That was at the National Interest panel, yes.
All right. And although the National Interest Panel accepted what you've said, perfectly fair, we've established that you are the, I don't mean this derogatively at all, it's just being descriptive, you are the author of the concept of the Eastern Mouth. It doesn't appear elsewhere, but you say this Eastern Mouth is sufficiently distinctive in regional terms that the impacts on it amount to a matter of national interest.
That's correct, yes.
All right. So that would be a convenient moment if you wanted to take a mid-afternoon break, which I certainly do.
We would move to break for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Okay, well, if we come back at just before 2:15.
We're continuing on the same theme, Ms. Fletcher. If you go to CD 233, which is we've been there before, the Nature Scott response to the application. And on page 1, we've already rehearsed the second paragraph under the heading Landscape and Visual Effects, Eastern Mouth. On page 3 of the letter, and we've rehearsed that. This is the area you described then as being the Eastern Mouth, which goes as far as Mount Keene and down to Ben Tirren. And on the first page of the letter, you say the relatively central location of the development. If, as I assume, you mean by that central location within the Eastern Mouth, looking at figure 3 to your inquiry report, it's the appendix 3, figure 3. Whether this matters or not, I don't know, but it's certainly not central, is it?
No, I agree.
Sorry?
I agree.
You agree, yeah, okay. And in terms of your current definition of the Eastern Mouth, well, it's slightly more central, I'm not going to argue the point, but it's certainly towards the eastern side of the area you define as the Eastern Mouth, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, okay. On the Angus, in the Angus part of the Eastern Mouth, if you go to your inquiry report at page 30, paragraph 712, sorry, 712 to 714.
Yes.
This is where you describe how the key characteristics in the western part of Aberdeenshire flow through into Angus, the Eastern Tayside, SP, LCT, and so it goes. The point I want to make in relation to that is that you're very much expressing matters in terms of the visual perception of the landscape from a high level. As you stand on high ground, looking west from Aberdeenshire, indeed it does appear as a series of rolling hills gradually getting higher towards the national park. That's the point you're really making, is it? You call it seamless, it's a apparently continuous landscape.
I refer to the Eastern Mouth as upland character, so yes, it's upland.
Yes, well, I'm taking that point a bit further and saying that what you perceive in the terms described in 712 to 714 is a continuation of the same thing from where you were standing in Eastern Aberdeenshire right through to the park.
Well, as far as it goes in relation to, there's a combination of characteristics that I've identified there that relate to that Eastern Mouth areas I've identified.
All right, that'll do. But can I suggest there is a difference here between the summits and plateaus in Aberdeenshire and those, however they're described, within Angus? Because although to the north, around Clacknaben, indeed you can walk west without dropping much height,
yes,
straight through into Angus. In the southern part, the bit west of Glendye itself, that is certainly not the case, because you've got Glen Esk and Glen Lethnet.
yes. In terms of that, yeah, that walking route, yes.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is that whereas you've got a continuous stretch of upland, moorland, whatever you want to call it, upland, going from west of Glendye right through to Mount Keene and beyond, no doubt, actually the bit in Angus is a bit different around the Angus Glens. You have got blocks of upland, but they're sharply divided by the glens.
I disagree. I don't think they're sharply divided. I think the glens are there, there's no mistaking, and they are divided by them, but the nature of the glens aren't sharp divides. In particular, Glen Esk, you don't experience it as a north-south division. It's actually, when you're within that landscape, you experience it as sort of pockets of river running through, and the nature of the the slopes that are typically sort of convex going down to concave, the actual experience of those uplands are sort of far more pronounced than necessarily appreciated on that plan.
Okay, well, I got your point. I think we have to agree to disagree on that. Our evidence is no. There's no contiguity of landscape character as you go west from Glendye as opposed to west from further north. There's much more of a distinction in landscape character.
Yes. Yeah. No, I see that there, yeah.
All right. Well, that's fair enough. Okay. Go to 716, please, in your inquiry report at page 31. And this is where you say the Nature Scott considers that the Eastern Mount landscape has a clear, strong sense of place stemming from its regional context at the start end of the HBF uplands, reinforced by the iconic landmark of Clacton-le-Ben. You probably don't intend this, but my point is you can't really associate Clacton-le-Ben with the Highland Boundary Fault, can you?
No.
So you would agree with that?
The intention is you go up to that end, and in particular on the Cairn Mount, between Cairn Mount and Clacton-le-Ben, you get up onto that end, and Clacton-le-Ben's on the other side. So, and in some of the views from the south looking north and the north looking south, Clacton-le-Ben is on that area where you associate that clearest expression of that upland edge of the Eastern Mount.
Yeah, perhaps I'm sure it's me being stupid, but it's confusion of terminology. But when you talk about the start end of the HBF uplands, my visualisation is of the Highland Boundary Fault extending from broadly west-southwest to east-northeast, rather.
Yeah, I think there's
up.
geological expression and landscape expression. I'm talking landscape expression, best landscape expression.
Okay. So when I talk about the Highland Boundary Fault, I'm thinking as a scarp, a geological feature, a physiographical feature.
Yes, of
You're
upland.
talking about the broad-term uplands which go north from the Boundary Fault.
Well, no, I'm talking about the on one side, it's a geological, it's the landscape expression of that, the best expression of the Highland Boundary Fault. But I agree with your original point that Clacton-le-Ben isn't sitting on that Highland Boundary Fault. It's to the north of that Highland Boundary Fault. But as the uplands are so are relatively narrow coming into that point, you almost I use the term full stop, but it implies that the end of that, those uplands that are defined on one to the south by the Highland Boundary Fault is denoted to the north by Clacton-le-Ben.
Probably need to explore that a bit further, but to do that, let's go to 722 on page 33. You've got a series of bullet points there. We're talking about the contributions to the sense of place or the distinctiveness of the area you call the Eastern Mount. So we go to the first bullet point, and this is where what you just said feeds into what I want to explore, that you talk about the relative narrowness and discrete upland area in contrast to areas further west, sandwiched between D-side and the area south of the Boundary Fault.
Yeah.
But it certainly seems to us that actually it's the east-west narrowing, tapering of the mount as you leaves the national park, and it gradually gets narrower until you get to an area certainly west of Curlock, and then it starts to really drop away towards the sea. That's the essential feature of what we're talking about. Nothing to do with between north and south. It's the east-west definition which is important.
Yeah, but defined by the north and south edges, yeah.
Defined by those edges.
Lower levels.
But it's the trend, the west to east trend, gradually getting lower in height and then at the end dropping away more sharply as you get towards Stonehaven.
But you also experience those uplands between the contrast between the lower lying landscapes to the north and south as well.
You do. But there's no doubt between us that the HBF, the Highland Boundary Fault, as a feature, is what clearly defines the southern edge of the area of the Eastern Mount that we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Now, with regard to the black hatched line, which you show on your inquiry report, figure 3, Appendix 3, figure 3, I'm going to suggest to you that if you stand on the B974 and you look left and you look right, looking north, the key difference you see is not really elevational. It's to do with land use. It's the forestry, which is the key differentiator, if you have to make a differentiation between east and west, rather than elevation, because the height of the hills continues more or less the same. You've got Curlock. It's beyond Curlock that it drops away, not immediately east of the Calamount Road.
I think you're sort of perhaps starting to confuse visual versus landscape. I talk about this as a transition between the east and the west, and by transition there is a sharing of character. It's not a hard and fast, but it's not like a coastal edge. And along that boundary, I agree, I think Curlock is a prominent hill, but when you go up Curlock, the majority of your experience is defined by large-scale commercial forestry, and when you're up there, it's the wind energy development. Now, whilst you're on the Cairnamount Road looking east, you will see forestry, you will see the two distinctive hills, and you'll see the wind energy development. The majority of that, the actual landscape, drops down behind it. Now, that's a visual issue. If you're in the landscape character within round Curlock and further east, the landscape character is notably different.
We'll have to agree to disagree, yeah. But that's the point we've explored. The reporters have a note of that. Samox's evidence against yours. That's fine, I understand. No, I think it's clear enough. I could go on about it, but I think we have clarity there. As an aside, regionally important hills. In the same general context, the Eastern Mouth, but nevertheless regionally important hills. It's a phrase that appears in the 2019 assessment.
Regionally prominent hills.
Regionally important?
Prominent.
Prominent hills, my apologies, the wrong word. If you look, and we've looked often enough now, I think, at viewpoint 21, looking south, we've looked at viewpoint 16, looking north, you can see the ridge line going along, and you've got a series of hills, Peters Hill, Clacknaben, some Mount Battock, I've got them in the wrong order, but you know what I mean, going along to Curlock. Forgive me for suggesting this in this way, I'm insulting your landscape, but apart from the abrupt point of Clacknaben, especially from the north, you see that, the Tor of Clacknaben, better than you do from the south. Yes, they're large rounded hills, but I find it hard to see which is regionally prominent as one compared with another. Mount Battock's higher, yes. Some of them are higher than others, but trying to distinguish one hill from another in terms of regional prominence, I've got difficulty with that looking from viewpoints such as 21 and 16.
Right. Would you like me to run through?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much. Shall we go to viewpoint? Which one do you want to go to?
I suggest going to viewpoint 14, first of all, Sculty.
Okay, that's fine. So this is Sculty Hill. And what are we going to look at? The wire lines?
Sorry, pardon. We'll look at, if we open out figure 6.24b.
24b.
24b.
E.
B and
B.
C.
Thank you. Sorry, my hearing. Okay, let's start from there, and then we'll roll through the 180 that way. So we're looking, first of all, where you've got Michael Carew, Craig Neal, Durrance Transmitter and Mid Hill. Yep.
Yes. The one on towards the right-hand side of figure 24b, Curlock is the hill that you can see just below the word Mid Hill Phase 2.
And that's regionally prominent?
Yes.
And that's why? Why is it regionally prominent?
Because it sticks up as a landform against that plateau that's running along the mouth.
Yeah, maybe I'm looking at it from a West Highland context, but it seems fairly sort of undulating.
This is relative to this.
It's pretty
this
relative, isn't
study
it?
area.
All right. Anyway, that's your view, and that's fine. And then you move to 6C.
Yes, and so you're coming down, you're moving along. You have, in the distance there, which is flatter on this side, is Cairn Mount. You have Mount Shade.
Since you got Cairn Mount, is that a regionally important hill? Prominent?
From the south side, in places, I think from the likes of Fetter Cairn, Fetter Esso, some of those hills they have a particularly pronounced form.
All right, and then you come on Mount Shade and then Clacnaben.
Clacnaben, and then running along you have Mount Battock. Again, you have a plateau there, and that hill sits up as a rise above that.
Is it the height of Mount Battock, or its shape, or what is it that makes it regionally prominent?
Well, it's by virtue of the fact that you have a generally, from this angle, you have a relatively flat upland plateau, and Mount Battock is sitting up as a defined hill above that plateau, and it's clearly identifiable. You have to remember that looking at visualisations in these type of photography, it actually does flatten it, so it's better to experience this out on site. I
understand that. That's a fair point. And then we come on to Peter Hill.
Peter Hill, yes.
Yep. And that covers. So, I've got your explanation. I understand. I think perhaps what I'm banking is that we agree that everything's relative in the sense that in a upland rolling landscape, it doesn't take much to be regionally prominent.
Well, yes, it's relative to this landscape. It was identified in this area.
All right. I know where you're coming from, and that's fine. I want to return to the main theme, which is the definition of the eastern mouth. That what I have trouble with is that in 2019, SNH, as they were then, revisited the LCTs. They added some key characteristics, such as regionally prominent hills, and one or two others. But did you then think that the area of the eastern mouth was so different in character from the area to the east of the Cannon Road?
I think if you refer to the methodology for assessing why we did the 2019 data set, and that's clearly explained in my inquiry report, the purpose was not to do an extensive further landscape character assessment. It was to look at the boundaries, it was to bring it up to one level, and it was also to look at contemporary methods of digitisation to bring it up to one level.
Well, I hear all that, but the fact is that you did take a look at the LCTs. And I understand in some areas of Scotland the LCTs were changed in 2019. The boundaries were changed, that's correct.
In some areas, yes.
Yeah, so the opportunity was there to say, look, I tell you what, this area is not quite the same as we thought as the area next door, in the terms you've described in your inquiry report, which are very clear. So why not take the opportunity then to recategorise the landscape type east and west of the Cannon Road?
Again, I can only refer back to the purposes of that. It's a national data set. The work was done on a national basis.
In 2016, we had the Mount, which was there in 1998, and apart from the wind farms in the eastern area, well, indeed, there were wind farms by 2016. Yes, there were. Mill Hill was there by 2014, yes. So it was there in the eastern area. So something had changed in the eastern area. Assuming that you thought then, what you think now, that the area east of the Cannon Road is distinctly different in character from the area to the west of the Cannon Road, why not take the opportunity then to alter the boundary and recognise the difference you clearly see?
Again, I can only refer back to the purpose of the 2019 assessment.
Sorry, I'm talking about the LCA now, the 2016, when you sat on the steering group. Are you telling me that wasn't the
At that point,
opportunity?
the methodology was to use the existing data set.
I see.
And it was a
Right,
strategic
all right.
assessment, and they decided to use the
And so
landscape characteristics.
no boundaries were changed at all in 2016?
I can't remember that far back, but I understand now.
No? Okay. See, I'm going to suggest to you that actually the 1998 LCT, the 2019 LCT assessment, the 1998 LCA, the 2016 LCA, the Mount area, it's about right. These areas do share sufficient characteristics to become part of the same LCT or LCA.
I disagree. These are a starting point, and GLVIs are clear. You take an existing assessment, you consider it in the field, and from my field work, I notice how I've set it out in my inquiry report.
Well, I'm not sure I accept that, because if you go to the guidelines, the GLVIA, which I've now lost. I've got it. Which is CD98. At paragraph 513, electronic page 77.
So did you say 913?
513.
513.
And what we're talking about here is the LVIA process, obviously, not the LCA process. And at 512, there's a heading using existing character assessments in the context of proposed development.
Yes.
And it tells you that most parts of the UK are covered. Yes, existing assessments must be reviewed critically. Should be reviewed on page 79, or going 2 pages over for those doing it electronically, in terms of when it was carried out, the extent to which the landscape may have changed, its status, whether or not it's been adopted, scale, level of detail, other matters. So it's asking you to look critically at the LVIA stage, at the adequacy of the existing landscape character assessments. You don't just adopt them blindly and move ahead.
No,
Correct?
that's correct, yes.
Absolutely. Was any request made to the applicant at any stage, scoping onwards, to use anything other than the LCT 29, well, then 1998 became 2019, or the LCA? Was any request made to depart from that basis of assessment? Well, yes or no? It's a simple question.
It's not, but it's not normally, we wouldn't recommend how you assess a landscape. We would expect experienced professionals to go into that landscape, understand that landscape and assess it accordingly.
Well, I disagree, because if you, Sarah Fletcher, as the lead landscape advisor on this project, had thought when Glendye came forward, well, actually, the LCT does not adequately describe the landscape type and its key characteristics, because there is this watershed difference on the Canamount Road. If you had thought that the LCA didn't adequately describe the key characteristics for the purposes of LVIA, then presumably you would have said so.
I disagree. I think if you go to paragraph 120 of Guidelines for Landscape and
Sure.
Visual Impact Assessment,
Because we've got an electronic page.
I don't, yeah,
Okay,
it's
hang
a
on.
paper copy. It's paragraph 120.
Sorry, paragraph?
120.
Oh, 120. Sorry, I'm way in the wrong place. Paragraph 120, okay.
And the last sentence is, it is always the primary responsibility of any landscape professional carrying out an assessment to ensure that the approach and methodology adopted are appropriate to the particular circumstances. I think there's a difference of opinion on this matter.
Well, that's fair enough, and I accept the difference of opinion, but that's what scoping is about, isn't it? It's asking people like Nature Scott, how do you want to approach this? What should we study? Now, at that stage, at the scoping stage, had the concept of the eastern mount occurred to you at all?
I said, as I related in my scoping response,
The mount, yeah.
I talked about that distinctive regional character, and I set it out clearly.
I see. Well, all right, I've got your answer. I'll have to disagree with the clarity with which you expressed that, but fair enough. I've got your answer. If you go on to the second bullet point in 722 on page 33, clear edges or changes in character which denote the eastern month as a distinctive stepping stone as you move from north to south, also from east to west. And views from Morven south are helpful in illustrating this aspect. Well, Morven's not a viewpoint before us at this inquiry, but we do have Mount Keene, and that's viewpoint 17, and we might go there just to have a look at that. And I'm going to CD 127. I suspect you'll find it in CD 16 as well. I think, am I right, show off my knowledge, Mount Keene is easternmost Munro?
That's correct.
Yep. At a distance of 17 kilometres from the site. Now, looking at the context for going to Mount Keene is what you say about the eastern mount in the second bullet point of 722. So we start with 627A, which is gloriously absent farms. There we are. And then we go on to 627B. Hold on just a minute.
So are you talking about 722?
Sorry?
Are you talking about 722?
722 in the report, second bullet point, but it's CD 127 or CD 16, viewpoint 17, and I'm on figure 627B. I'll come to 627E in a moment, but there we have the range of hills in front of you. Peter Hill, Curlock, Clacknaban. You've got the sea in the distance, Battock, and so it goes through to Glendye we see in the middle, don't we?
Yes.
We can skip 627C. And I've just realised something. I think you do need to go to CD 16 rather than CD 127. No, thank you. Because I need the photo montage at 627E.
Which viewpoint is that?
I'll be with
17.
you. We'll just get there. Backtrack again. 627B will do us. So you can keep where you want it. Where it's all right. Rather than make it more complicated. If we look from Mount Keene in towards Mid Hill, am I right that Clacknaban divides Mid Hill is right behind Clacknaban from that direction, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
And Nature Scott saw SNH as they were, saw no difficulty at that stage in any relation to any concept of the mouth with Clacton-y-Ben being seen in the context of Mid Hill. No difficulty.
So I'm not sure of the point you're trying to
Well,
make.
Mid Hill was proposed in 2012, 2014. We can see here that from Mount Keene, which in CD 233 you've described as, in one sense, part of the eastern mouth, we can see Mid Hill, can't we, right behind Clacton-y-Ben. That didn't cause you a problem.
I can't comment on that.
You weren't involved at the time.
No, I wasn't.
All right, fair enough. And I think, am I right in saying Nature Scott, and you were involved then, didn't object to Fetteresso,
That's correct, yes.
which will also be seen in the context of Clacton-y-Ben.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to get into repeat territory unless I move on. We've covered some points as we've gone. Go to the fourth bullet point, would you, in 722? This is the rivers following Glendye, Glenlathanas and Glen Esk. It's probably just a puzzle, and you can answer it easily, as to why you believe that the rivers and glens to which you refer are part of the eastern are relevant to the eastern mouth.
I think, well, actually, it's quite. I think that's a quite interesting point. It relates partly in relation to the previous discussion on that inset figure, where I talked about.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, and the glens allow that channel, so you read views through and between the uplands of Aberdeenshire and the uplands of Tayside. And so by virtue of the way that Glendye runs east-west for within the eastern mouth, and Glen Esk for that particular meander, it doesn't run north-south, it actually meanders east-west, and that particular point allows those views through.
So I don't really follow, because the whole concept of the eastern mouth is it's a perceptual concept relating to how you see the landscape extending from East Aberdeenshire at height through into Angus and deep beyond the Cairngorms.
Well, for example,
I can't quite. The rivers interrupt that, but I'm not sure they're relevant to the perception of the eastern mouth.
They don't interrupt it; they allow those views through. If we go to, I think Hill of Wirren would be a good viewpoint to go to explain this. That's viewpoint 11 in the.
Hang on, let me get that.
It'll be in the part 1 of volume 4. Or is it?
Sorry, we're just getting
viewpoint 10. Apologies.
So, viewpoint 10, Hill of Wirren.
Yes.
Yep.
This is the point I was making, and I think as Sam has pointed out, this is actually quite a broad slope, so you perhaps get a slightly clearer view, but even at this point, you can see that on figure 620A, now that when I talked about that inset figure before, I talked about the Windfarm sitting in almost, if you like, the bowl, but by virtue of the orientation of the upper Glendye River Glen with the meander of Glen Esk at that point,
Yeah.
you get a view through. And, for example, if Glen Esk wasn't there, there might be higher hills that would limit that visibility further of, for example, Clacton-y-Ben of the Windfarm through. And so you get this channeling effect. It's not the best viewpoint from my
What I'm suggesting is that in terms of the perceptual context or idea of the eastern mouth, I cannot see the relevance to that perceptual context, idea, concept of these rivers, because you simply don't see them. You look across the uplands, you look across them, you don't know Glenesque is there.
Well, as I explain on page 34, views are channelled along this plateau such that views of Clachanabin can be seen from much greater distances westwards, for example from Bentinner at almost 30 kilometres. However, it is where Clachanabin is still a definable feature, typically skyline. So by virtue of the orientation of Glendye and the space they create, it allows that shared visibility through in the uplands.
All right. Well, I've heard what you said. So, turning full circle to where we started on this line of examination, having gone around the House's various asides and details, you reached the conclusion, we know, the location of Glendye will be an issue when the project was at the scoping stage. Without the concept of the eastern mouth, there is no regional distinctiveness justification for a national interest objection to this proposed development, is there? You need to create that regional distinctiveness. It's not to find anywhere else, only in the documents you prepared in the context of this application.
The regional distinctiveness come from any number of relationships, and this assessment is very much related to this project in this instance, and how those characteristics to combine.
Sorry, I interrupted you. Do carry on if you want to. I interrupted what you were saying. Okay.
I mean, I think it's very clear in our national interest guidance. And that's CD 16.02.
Yep.
And it's electronic page 4.
Yep.
And it says there, when we consider effects beyond protective areas, we must make additional judgments about the importance of the natural heritage resources effective. And then it goes on to say that some of these qualities, functions and features are not confined to sites. They are often more widely distributed and yet of great importance in terms of the overall quality of Scotland's natural heritage. And then it gives a series of criteria at the end in the table, and that sets out the basis on which Nature Scot can consider wider countryside, and two of them relate to, first of all, distinctive character, and secondly, landmark features, contributing to regional distinctiveness.
No, I'm familiar with that. We've read it carefully, but the problem that we have, summarising it, is this, that approaching Glendye back in 2016, there is an LCT and an LCA. It's not designated. We know now, actually, there's no objection from the National Park. You didn't devise the National Park to object. There's no wildland objection to this proposal. Nothing could have prepared us for the definition of the eastern mouth as you've now defined it on a map basis.
I think I've clearly explained it in my scoping report, in my scoping advice that contributes to part of our scoping response.
I'll agree to disagree there, but I'll also suggest that everything in section 7 of your inquiry report is geared to differentiating the eastern mouth from areas within the LCT and the LCA to the west. You try to draw the area closer to the park. We relate more to the west than we do to the rest of the LCA.
I disagree. I actually think I make it distinctive away from the park.
Really?
The park, you talk about the wider area that I had. This figure is actually based on further fieldwork, so it narrows that area in particular where you have that the narrows and how it contributes to that upland area coming out of the park. Around Ben Tirran, etc., it actually comes up and plateaus out.
Yeah.
So I'm actually taking it away from the park. I'm not saying, I think it's distinctive from the park, not only in terms of landscape and character, but in terms of how you experience that landscape character.
Well, I hope that, I'm not going to get you to agree, I wouldn't anyway, but you believe in what you're saying, and I respect that. But you understand now the fundamental difference between us, and I hope you do, reporters, in relation to the creation of this area called the Eastern Mount. Now, you gave evidence at the West Garty public inquiry.
That's correct.
But not, I think, at Mole Hill. I think Mr. Finlay and I. Were you at Mole Hill? Oh. And Harryburn and North Loud. As far as West Garty is concerned, let's go to the inquiry report, if we may. I know that one of the reporters will be very familiar with this project, but let's nevertheless go there. And that's CD 1341.
This is also always an embarrassing time for the reporter that's written the report, I have to say.
Sorry?
This is always an embarrassing time for the reporter who's actually written the report.
That's a very good
All
one.
these mistakes I've brought out.
I wasn't there. If we go to electronic page 70, or hard copy, paragraphs 389, you gave evidence here, and at 389 we get a summary. It's part of the summary of the Nature Scott case, which starts at 376. So 389, landscape evidence. And this is the reporter summarising the Nature Scott case, proposed West Garty Windfarm, located where it is. The moorland extends to the west, north and south, but immediately to the east, the landscape character type is bordered by the narrow coastal shelf landscape character type. This juxtaposition is unique in the Highland context. Transition and contrast in character from upland moorland to low-lying coastal strip to open sea is highly distinctive, and indeed you say regional distinctive, and in turn there's national interest objection. I understand that. And there's a reference to Landscape of Scotland in 390. If we go to paragraph 303, stop 164, electronic page 84, we can see the reporter's conclusions. In 3165, let's start there. The proximity of the application site to the boundary of other types, coastal shelf type in particular, means the development, from most of the viewpoints, the development would not be seen from against the moorland hills and slopes above alone. The coastal shelf type and sometimes other types would also be evident. I agree with the point made by Scottish Natural Heritage that in this area, upland moorlands are not experienced in isolation without the presence of the coastal strip. Now, there are four of us here who know the area well, because I dealt with the 1997 inquiries in that area, so I know the A9 going forth well. And I would accept, and I guess this is your point, that as you look from the coastal shelf, as you look from the A9, there's a very abrupt transition as you get up there. And if you see turbines on top, they'll not only impact on the moorland character, they'll also impact on the coastal shelf. Mm-hmm. It's an abrupt transition. It's very obvious. Don't we have a very different situation here? That I suggest again, you've had to really work quite hard to create this Eastern Mount concept. There's nothing so obvious here.
Well, first of all, I'd like to just draw your attention to the fact that on the Landscapes of Scotland map, that east coast is called, skim down to it, sorry, that is CD 9.1 110.054.
Yep, I've got it somewhere.
And that area is called Sutherland, Kyles and Coast.
Yep, got that.
I defined the East Sutherland Coast, so I called it a different name. And I defined it from basically from Dornoch up to approximately where the landform drops down to the north. It's sort of broadly where the 7 and 5 join. So, in fact, I made an additional judgment. I used this existing assessment, I used the landscape character types, and I made a judgment to create that East Southern Coast. So actually what I've done here, I think, is very consistent with the approach we took for West Garty.
Well, I think we have to disagree, and I've already said why, that I think at West Garty, and I'll come on to other cases later, there's a very clear regional distinctiveness expressed by the juxtaposition of the abrupt rise up to the hills above and then on into the Sutherland wasteland and the coastal shelf, whatever you call it, down below. That was very obvious there. Here, it is simply, I suggest, not obvious, and in fact not at all, that the Eastern Mount is no more or less than simply part of its landscape type.
I disagree.
All right, fair enough. Taking it one stage further and trying to tempt you along another line, if you go to chapter 6 of the, no, go to the CD13 chapters, figures for chapter 6. Can you get this? And you go to figure 6.2a. And also have alongside your inquiry report figure, Appendix 3, figure 3 again. If there are to be wind farms within the area of the Eastern Mount, if you are wrong in your locational case, so hypothetically.
So, sorry, apologies. Are you talking about figure 2?
6.2a is the, sorry, figure 3 within your appendix 3 to your report.
Sorry, I've just
Sorry,
hidden
document.
it somewhere.
It's okay, don't rush. Let me preface what I'm saying. Certainly it'd be part of, it's our case, it'd be part of my submissions, that it's entirely wrong to try and prescribe wind energy development in an area such as this, for all sorts of reasons which go beyond the landscape case. If I make headway with that submission, if the reporters disagree with you in relation to the regional distinctiveness of the Eastern Mount, if you don't make your locational case, I'm going to suggest to you that actually Glendye is very well cited, and I going to suggest it for these reasons and ask for your response. It's because it's quite a long way away from the national park, sufficient to escape a national park objection. It uses visual watersheds along the southern boundary, very effective one, visual watershed. A very effective visual watershed along the northern boundary, and even to the east, as articulated by Mr. Steele, the significant landscape character effects don't go much beyond viewpoint 6. For a large wind farm, it's visually very contained indeed. Can we agree that?
Purely in terms of ZDV mapping, yes.
Yeah. I know you will say, yes, it's visually contained by the very hills you're trying to protect.
Exactly.
I understand your case. But take away the concept of the Eastern Mount for a moment and just look at it in its landscape. For a large wind farm of whatever turbines it is, it's visually very well contained.
Yes, I agree on that. But you could say that about, if you take away that context, for any development, you could start saying any wind farm could go anywhere. If you take away that context of what these hills actually represent.
I won't go that far. Were it not, though, for the Eastern Mount concept, were it not for the fact that you see, and you believe what you're saying, and I respect your view that this area is regionally distinctive, were it not for that, this would be a pretty good wind farm site in terms of the visual throw of its effects and the distance of which landscape character effects are experienced.
I disagree.
All right, fair enough. Coming on to wildness. We're completely changing topic now, so we've got away from that. I've got about an hour and a bit to go, and I rather suspect that this may be an appropriate point. That's fine. I think if we start at, we're going to suggest 9:30 and see what you say, but I think you've told us that it's already been announced at 10. All right, 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock's the earliest we can start. That's what our advertised time was, I'm afraid.
I think we'll be well through by an early lunch. In other words, in line with your timetable.
Okay. We have had a look at the revised timetable and the different opportunities. So if we do manage to finish early, we would suggest potentially at least bring in policy back tomorrow to be first thing. Stick with the historic environment in the afternoon where we have it scheduled. If we do manage to get through these things and we can do conditions first thing on Thursday, if we can't squeeze it in tomorrow,
sure. Yeah.
Then we would be looking to try and arrange a site visit on Thursday if that's possible. We would like to have a look at the access route and the borrow pits, if they're accessible vehicularly.
We will probably get a vehicle provided, a four-wheeler, to get you up there, no question.
Okay, that's great.
We'll do that, but I think if we aim for I think Mr. Finlay is after some roaring stags, so we must get him away by Wednesday evening.
I was set the goal to get roaring stag into my into my evidence. If we were coming on to wildness, I probably would have mentioned the roaring stags at that point.
So again, unfortunately, we do have to clear the room again today. We can use the same procedure as yesterday, and then if we're all ready and set up, we will start promptly at 10 tomorrow then. Okay, thank you, everyone.